भाई पीछे आ जा रोहित।
The teams now lining up on the ground for their respective national anthem.
We'll start the national anthem.
starting by Sri Lanka.
तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन जन मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Now we are done with the national anthems and we stay tuned for the toss as that will be very soon for both the teams on the first match of this bilateral ODI series between the Indian Deaf team and the Sri Lankan Deaf team. This 4-match series beginning today on the 2nd of December till the 8th of December, comprising of 4 matches here at the Roshanara Club in New Delhi, and we will start with the toss and the match very soon. As we line up for the toss, the Indian captain and the Sri Lankan captain. As we are here for the toss, both the captains on the pitch with their team sheets. Referee handed the team sheet. Heads with the ball and it stays. India win the toss and they have chosen to bowl first. team and the Sri Lankan Deaf team will start at 9:50 IST. We wish both the teams the best of luck for this contest as we now head towards the pitch report.
पिच फ्रेशली रोल्ड है आज सुबह और थोड़ा सा ड्राई सा लग रहा है बट हल्का सा मॉइस्चर भी है क्योंकि ड्यू था सुबह यहाँ ग्राउंड पे एंड ठंड का मौसम है तो सेकेंड इनिंग तक धूप पड़ते पड़ते पिच थोड़ा सा हार्ड रहेगा एंड बैट पे बेटर रहेगा एज कम्पेयर टू सुबह बॉल थोड़ा सा लो रहेगा.
The ground also seems very wet. That can lead to the ball being very slow towards the boundary. That is some difficulty for the batsmen, of course, but the fielders will have a great day at the office today. India choosing to bowl first in this 45-over contest would be preparing their team strategy, of course, where to place the fielders, who to start their bowling order with, whereas the Sri Lankans will prepare the batsmen.
over the years. As we gather here today, we celebrate not only the sport of cricket, but the spirit of inclusivity and accessibility. The Sri Lanka Deaf cricket team and the India Deaf cricket team have shown remarkable dedication, perseverance, and we are proud to host them here today. So let's get ready to cheer on our teams and celebrate the spirit of cricket. It's time to play. All of you, please join me in welcoming the teams, officials and dignitaries to the opening ceremony of the historic ODI match. Let me welcome everybody by their names. Our chief guest here, Mr. Raja Banthia, who's the IPS DCP North Delhi. I have with us Mr. Alok Kumar, SDM Central District Delhi. I have Mr. Vinay Jindal, ADM West Delhi, Mr. Ajay Swami, Krishna Homes Property, Santnagar, Burari, Mr. Sunil Kumar, owner and director, CLC Group and CLC Infra Private Limited, Mr. Nisar Ahmad, National Secretary, JDU. Our most important support partners, we have the General Manager of KFC India, Mr. Moksh Chopra. I have with us Dipti Sethi, who is the CEO of the Public Relation Corporation of India, Consultants of India. She is the CEO. She's joined me. I'm not sure if I missed anybody. Our friend from Hero, I didn't get your name. Kunal is here, who's again our support partner. And if I missed out anybody, my apologies, because I've just got the list here. And Mr. Santosh Rai, who's been a great support to us. Please welcome them all with a big round of applause. Traditionally, I think it's important. Welcome Mr. Bipin, who's again our guest from Asmita Enterprise. Welcome. I think this is the time to do the auspicious ceremony. I'd like to call the guests to please come forward and light the ceremonial lamp. Please come forward. Let's give the lady a preference. I'd like to also thank our support partners, Serum Institute of India, Cyrus Poonawalla Group, KFC India, Hero, We Care, a Hero Motocorp CSR initiative, Aspita Enterprise, Hires and Government Contractors, Kaizen Communications, PRCAI, Container Corporation of India Limited, RB Foundation, Impact Research. These are our partners who have been supporting us throughout our journey with IDCA. So I really want to thank all of you all. Thank you for being here with us. And thank you our new sponsors, new support partners. Once again, stay tuned to our IDCA TV YouTube channel. Today I think is also another historic moment. Yesterday, I just read in the papers today that the BCCI Secretary, Mr. Jay Shah, who has really blessed this differently abled committee where we are part of as the Deaf.
Very good morning to all of you, and this is a great occasion to be here. यहाँ पे जो आज क्रिकेट का आयोजन किया गया है और ये 8 तारीख तक चलेगा, ये बहुत ही एक अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है और आप लोगों को इसमें बहुत ही अच्छे से आप लोगों को पार्टिसिपेट करना है. एंड द थिंग इज दैट
For your very encouraging words as our chief guest, I'd like to ask Mr. Jindal to say a few words.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. I wish that is such a great thing. So all the best, both of your teams. Thank you.
नहीं मॉर्निंग है वो 6 बजे बार निकलना तो वही रोड हाईवे और सुना भाई आज कैसे याद किया भाई को. अरे कहाँ भाई टाइम कहाँ लगता है और क्या चल रहा है कहाँ है की बात सब बढ़िया किसी ने बात की कमजोर हो गए बहुत देख रहा हूँ फोटो डाली बाहर निकलना होता ही कोई जाकर नींद आती है. फिर यार की बात नहीं तो गया था बीच में उसके और मैं नहीं मैं क्या मुहूर्त किया था मैच चालू हो गया देखते हैं वो छुट्टियाँ हो जाएंगी बच्चे बढ़िया नहीं यार वो तो भाई लोग बुतली बात है भाई काम करना है
So the moment that we are waiting for, we'll ask our guests to come here and unveil the trophy.
श्रीलंका और इंडिया मैच
It's a beautiful trophy. So thank you. I'm asking Sumit in his own way to give the vote of thanks. Where's the interpreter?
आप सभी को बहुत बहुत तहे दिल से धन्यवाद। आज की सुप्रभात सभी को। आज यहाँ पर बहुत शानदार मैच देखने को मिलेगा। सुबह यहाँ सर्दी का मौसम हो रहा था लेकिन अभी काफी अच्छा मौसम है। आप सभी इतने चीफ गेस्ट, गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर और सारे अतिथि यहाँ आए हुए हैं। रोमा मैम यहाँ आए हुए हैं, कोच साहब यहाँ हैं। हम सभी का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करते हैं और आपने इतना सपोर्ट किया है कि इंडियन डेफ क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन आगे बढ़ रहा है। हम चाहते हैं कि मतलब अगर आपके बिना सपोर्ट के ये पॉसिबल ही नहीं था कि हम इस प्रकार का आयोजन कर सकते और इसको आगे बढ़ा सकते। आप पर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Now we can start the proceedings of the match. Can I have both the captains here near the trophy? Can I have both the captains? Where's the interpreter? I need both the captains near the trophy. Both captains, please. Both captains I need over here, next to the trophy. Where's the Indian captain?
सर सर थोड़ा साइड सर
एक फोटो लो Denise.
सर सर सर
Also.
सर सर सर
This guy you have to watch out for, the way he runs. I've seen him in action. And Virendra is our stalwart. Come Vineet, we'll take a picture with you. Vineet, come. Moksh, come this side. Hero's right behind me somewhere. Where did you go? He's right here. Sumit, come. I'll request all the guests to please come and join us for a cup of tea, which is on the opposite side in the pavilion there. Please join us. Please come. Come, Moksh. Aajo. We'll have some chai. Come, we'll have some chai there.
a fielding threat, a throw threat by the. What do you think is the ideal score here today for the batting team, the team that is batting first?
The pitch seems to be a little hard, and as the day turns on, the sun starts to shine more, and the pitch will dry more, and ball will start coming to the bat more properly.
That's a quick single and overthrow. Can he save the boundary? Oh no, he can't. He tried his very best. A single and an overthrow boundary for the Sri Lankan batsman. That is 5 runs. A costly throw, a costly misfield. These extra runs, you know, the fielding team gives to the batting team. This adds as an incentive to their whole batting lineup. And they cannot restrain the batters from scoring more freely. 2 slips in place, a long leg in place, and a deep third man at the boundary, ready for any opportunity of the ball. The right arm pacer from over the wicket lines it up. A good length ball. Well played by the batsman. And that is the first over.
Change of ends. As the pitch seems to be a little dry, the ideal score would be nearly around 200-225, which will be good enough to chase down as the pitch turns more dry and the dew vanishes off the field.
Interesting fielding change here. They've brought an extra cover in place of a midfield, of a mid-wicket. This shows their game plan, that the bowler might be bowling just in the off-stump area or outside the off-stump region, so that there's no false shot towards the mid-wicket region. Change of ends for the bowlers as we line up for the second over of this 42-over contest between India and Sri Lanka. Fielders well on the toes. The captain making sure of the fielding adjustments every single second. Brilliant delivery.
As of now, the 2 fielders are outside the circle as it's power play 1, and power play 1 comprises of first over to 8th over, and then we'll move to the power play 2 from 9th over to 34th over, and the last power play will come in play from 35th over to 42nd over.
That's a quick single. Oh, not picking up the ball quite clearly on the first attempt made it easier for the batsman, and that's not a good sign. But yes, it's just the start. Maybe it's like a warm-up for them, the first few overs. The batsman would also like to settle, do not lose any wickets in the first power play. Try to create a solid partnership between the openers. The leg stump guard well taken with the fielding adjustments again. Every single delivery, there's some change by a meter, by a yard, whatever it may be. And he was looking for another quick single. Not possible this time. Clean pickup by the backward point. And this shows their clear plan and how the bowler is executing it very, very well. Having additional fielders on the offside of the ground, and he's bowling right on the off-stump region. That is brilliant precision shown by the bowler. Just into the second over, the bowlers have been very precise with the lines and lengths, and we have seen the uneven movement on the pitch, how it will be low on one delivery and high up on the bat, and that one just skid through. Straight. And that had a bit of swing in the air, straight to the first left fielder instead of the wicket keeper that time. The bowler has been very precise with the off-stump lengths and his line. Not the longest run-up for the fast-arm bowler, but the righty has been very precise, and as we go for the final ball, that's also well played, looking for another single, but no, the fielder is very agile. The third over, that's in there, or over the fielder, but the third man will cover it up, just a single, a close that one, from the outside part of the bat, going for a cut, but it went over the air, over the fielder, not enough for a catch. Another fielding adjustment here we can see, the extra cover fielder has not moved, but there's still no mid-wicket. The mid-wicket region is still empty. An easy opportunity considering the leg side from this end of the pitch is extremely short compared to the offside. Went for the cross, an LBW appeal, a loud appeal. The umpire, he's signaling that the ball was going off the leg side, not in front of even the wickets. But a brilliant delivery, another dot ball, building on the pressure in the start. That will create a difficult job for the middle order batsmen in the middle overs to cope up with the drying conditions and the pressure of the dot balls that will increase and pile up on them as the match goes on. The Indian team seems to have a very clear plan. They're just bowling at the right lines, at the right lengths. Went a bit short on the first ball that nearly went over for a boundary, but otherwise they have had a good length and have always bowled on the off stump or outside the off stump, considering their fielding adjustments. What they need is a wicket in the start, and Sri Lanka needs some stability. Another brilliant ball, close to the bat. Not the best of footwork from the opener. Could have got a bit on the back foot for a punch, but instead chose for a booming drive over the offside.
ODI Deaf series search करा देना। ला मैं सर्च कर तू ये देख।
मेरे पे हैप्पी नहीं है, मेरे पे हैप्पी नहीं।
Yashwant Naidu has been constant on his bounce. Ooh. Just short delivery. And end of the third over, score is 8 for no loss. Vivek Kumar comes for his second over. Goyum Shanaka on the strike. Ooh. The ball was missing the height of the wicket.
That is running towards the boundaries, the two fielders chasing and just save. A bit of teamwork there. They're going for the third. No, they aren't. The non-striker was interested, but not the striker. He wants to play a bit more. Ten runs after 3.2 overs. The run rate of 3. India opting to field first have had a good start with the lines and lengths. Vivek Kumar and Yashwant Naidu doing extremely well with the white leather in their hands.
Vivek Kumar has been quite economical and consistent with his pace and the bounce as well. Ooh, that was a close call. But good running between the wicket. Just a single.
Just by keeping the pressure on the batsmen is very important. The bowlers are doing it with their lengths and their lines, and the fielders with the brilliant fielding have saved close boundaries and have been very good in the field.
The choice of fielding is quite offside dominated. The leg side is open. But that's what the strategy is. They're keeping the ball outside the off stump and letting the player to play it into the hands of the fielder.
Did not get the elevation he wanted there. He went for the big shot, but got high on the bat, straight towards the mid-on fielder. The pressure is really piling up on the Sri Lankan openers. And on the Indian bowlers as well. They have been economical, but they need a breakthrough.
Apart from this misfield, they have been quite tight with their bowling.
Now they'll be missing the midfielder, a mid-wicket fielder. He wasn't there, and that would have been a clear catch for him. Brilliant throw. And brilliant fielding. The long leg fielder covering up. And after 4 overs, the score stands 12 for no loss. 13 for no loss, an error. Not even a single boundary has been hit yet, despite the outfield. Yes, the outfield is not that fast, we understand, but not that intent has been shown by the Sri Lankan batters. Only 4 more overs are remaining, that there will be only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. The second slip has moved to a gully position. That's an interesting change. The backward point moving towards a more point position, and the point moves to cover.
Ball goes to the third man. Just a single of the first delivery of this over.
Just as the second slip was removed, a lofted ball towards that particular region where a catch could have taken place was bowled. That's just luck, they didn't have a mid-wicket fielder. that's where the catch went. And here they removed the second slip, and that's where the ball again went in the air.
The plan is to invite the batter for the late cut. Sri Lankan batters are trying to find the gap, but they are unable to pierce the fielding of Indian team.
The Indians are focused very much on the plan of being on the off stump, but I think a mid-wicket fielder and bowling more towards the stumps will help them. That's just the plan, bowling outside the off stump. Another back foot shot. The non-striker is very excited for the singles, always jumping out of the crease whenever an opportunity rises. That's just great sign of their intent. But no boundaries also shows they're not able to play as they want to.
As the dot balls are increasing, the pressure is also piling up on the Sri Lankan batters. They would like to rotate the strike and keep the run flowing, even if it's a single.
That was an edge, just short, and that will be the first boundary, first four of this India versus Sri Lanka match. The first four of the series from the bat of Uday Lakmal. 18 for no loss after 4.4 overs, but not the ideal way. From an outside edge, the ball stayed low, went through the keeper and the first step. That's still a 4. Growing in confidence, this partnership. 18 for no loss after 4.4 overs. First wicket of the match, brilliant catch by number 83. The captain of the outside edge went for the late cut, and that's the first wicket of the series. Yashwant Naidu strikes just at the brisk of the 5 overs. That's an important wicket. Breaking the opening partnership in the first power play is extremely crucial, which they have done exactly. Yashwant Naidu will bowl the fourth over of his spell. In this match, a bowler can maximum bowl 8 overs and 2 bowlers. Two bowlers can bowl 9 overs and the rest can maximum bowl 8 overs. That went through the keeper's legs, that throw. A bit rusty, the keeping there. But still just a single, double. Now 21 for the loss of 1 wicket after 6.1 overs.
Last 2 overs of power play are left. Do you think Sri Lanka can convert it into big overs?
I think the lines are so good that Sri Lanka cannot convert yet, but the batters seem to have the intent to run at every possible chance. But the fielding has been just too tight, the bowling has been too good for them. On the off stump, they have been very clear with their plan to bowl on the off stump, a bit short, that the batsman played straight towards either gully or the point fielder. But still they have managed 21 runs in 6 overs. Yashwant Naidu with the third delivery of this over.
Another dot ball of this over.
He seems to be a bit angry at the non-striker for not having the intent to score runs. Was showing disappointment that he wasn't ready for the quick single. Sri Lanka has been very willing for every opportunity to run at, but Dinaka Sachin, who has just arrived, seems to be a bit more patient with it. Went for the shot, and that was not the best of it, but was close for the bowler to catch. A single, 22 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Dinaka Sachin on the strike.
The batsmen are showing great composure as well, just being patient for the boundaries, but ready for the singles. Well, left alone.
But as these dots ball will increase, this patience will slowly turn into aggression, and that might lead to the second wicket for Indian team.
They're moving on slowly as we approach. The next over is the last over with only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. They need to do something in the next 7 balls of this power play that are remaining, and that will be just a backfoot punch.
Another dot ball, and the end of the 7th over, Sri Lanka 22 for 1 wicket.
Only 3 runs from the 7th over. That might be the spell for Yashwant Naidu.
Four overs, 15 run and 1 wicket for Yashwant Naidu. He has bowled excellently economical.
Vivek Kumar steps for the final over of the power play, the 4th over of his spell, which also might be the last over of his spell. 3 overs, just 7 runs given. Has the Indian bowling been too good for the Sri Lankan batsman to face? Well, that seems to be the case here. A loud appeal for caught behind, the umpire nodding that no, it's not. But again, brilliant delivery, and the bowler seems to be doing every bit of his work.
But the bat did smell the leather of the ball.
Also, the Indian bowlers haven't conceded a single extra, not even a no ball, not a wide. That shows that they've just been too good for the Sri Lankan batsmen, and they have done their best themselves. And oh, that's flicked. The keeper will collect, and that will be a single. rotation of the strike.
Leg by the umpire.
As I was mentioning about that, there haven't been any extras. We have the first extra of the game in the form of a leg by. The batsman attempting a flick gets it off his pad. Dinaka on strike. As Vivek lines up for the third ball of his over. Well played towards Milan. Dinaka seems to be a bit more calm with his technique, a bit more slow. I think the way the pitch is behaving, score around 190 should be good for them after 42 overs, around 190 or 200. Oh. Outside edge, close for the gully fielder, but it was short yet. He could not catch it. And Sri Lanka will get another run added to their scoreboard. The scoreboard ticking at every ball, at every over is what the Sri Lankans would need. Especially in the last over, they would need some boundary to elevate their score. 25 for the loss of 1 wicket after 7.3 overs. 3 balls left in the first power play. And brilliant hook shot towards the leg side. That will be a boundary for Shanaka. The first boundary for him. 29 for 1 after 7.4 overs. Off the long leg fielder. The long leg fielder could not cover it. That will seem good, you know. That was from the middle of the bat. Shanaka seems to have settled himself. 22 balls played, 15 runs scored. Has been looking for every opportunity of a single. That's just, you know, timing your innings and the runs well. Vivek seems to have missed his length on that delivery. And the ball did not bounce that much, but the batsman executed his hook shot extremely well. Last ball of the power play and probably the last ball of Vivek Kumar's spell. 3.5 overs, only 13 runs conceded. Oh, went for another shot. That's a loud appeal. But no. 3 appeals for leg before. 1 for caught behind. But all of them, the umpire seems to have not agreed with their call.
By the end of the first power play, Sri Lankan cricket team is 29 for 1 wicket loss.
The umpire signalling the end of the first power play and the beginning of the second power play. And I think it's Yashwant Naidu continuing for his 5th over. They haven't made any fielding changes. Still 2 fielders outside the box. They are committing to their plan, their fielding plan. Some minor adjustments to the fielding positions. Yashwant Naidu.
Seems like Sri Lanka have another over for a power play.
Brilliant pickup shot towards boundary. The fielder tried his best and that will be another boundary for Sri Lanka. 2 boundaries in the last 2 overs. The first delivery of the second power play and 4 runs added to the Sri Lanka scorecard. 33 for 1 after 8.1 overs. Have they really found their mojo yet?
First boundary of the bat from Dinakwa Sachin.
They seem to have gathered themselves and adjusted to the conditions, but still new to the pitch. The ball seems to be hard as it was in the start. They can really exploit right now, which they will. That was close. Just short for the gully fielder, the captain of the Indian team, to catch. And that will be a single. That was just short, but still a good effort by number 83.
That was the plan.
"34 for the loss of 1 wicket after 8.2 overs. Had a run rate of 4. That seems to be good development from them. Last over they were reeling at 3.5. An appeal for leg before, not the loudest one, and nor will the umpire.
Now Sri Lankan batter seems to be more comfortable on the pitch as they're rotating the strike and founding boundaries in between as well.
I think Shanaka has settled very well, and he needs to take on the intention of moving forward, while Sachin can really settle and build on to the Sri Lankan innings. Went for the big heave, outside part of the bat, straight to the third man fielder. They're showing a bit more intent.
Just a single.
India are not using the factor that they can have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So the Sri Lankans are trying to exploit that, as India have only 2 fielders outside the circle when they can have 4. But that might be the master stroke from the Indian side. Another close ball. The ball breezed past the stumps and the bat, and some excitement shown by the players. 35 for the loss of 1 wicket after 8.5 overs. The decision to bowl first seems to be coming off pretty well for India so far. Last ball of the 9th over, played straight, and another dot delivery.
Dinuka Sachin is connecting the ball quite well, and ball seems to meet the sweet spot of his bat. After not a very idle start of the power play, Sri Lankan cricket team is down 2 wickets after just 36 runs. Sri Lankan batter needs to build a strong partnership and take their team to a good total.
Sampath, the new batsman, to face the last ball and will get off the mark immediately on the first delivery.
Not a very convincing start he wanted. Just outside edge. After the end of the 10th over, 37 for 2.
There seems to be bowling change. A new bowler stepping up. Number 13. Another pacer. Another long over. 37 for the loss of 2 wickets after 10 overs as Sampath gets ready to play another delivery. I feel if we go this way, the Sri Lankans wouldn't be able to muster a big score. They really need to have a good partnership so that the finishers have something to build on. Interesting action played right in front. Brilliant stop. That was from the outside part of the bat. Brilliant stop where the captain Virender. That will just be a single. What could have been many more runs for them. Went quick. Brilliant reaction to the ball there. Gets appreciation from his teammates too. As Sampath gets his second run of the innings.
An easy double for Shanaka. Fascinatingly, no fielding changes till now. Still the same field for the new bowler as well.
With this attacking field, the Indians they are putting more and more pressure on the Sri Lankans, not allowing quick singles that are needed in a one-day international. That was going down the leg side. They'll get a leg by for it. Another extra, 39 for 2. 40 for 2 actually after 10.3 overs.
Sanju Sharma seems like bit down leg.
They seem to have a change in the plan. The bowler does not seem to be bowling on the offside of the wicket. And another straight delivery. The lines being much straighter by Sanju Sharma compared to Vivek Kumar and Yashwant Naidu.
Sri Lankan batters are comparatively more comfortable facing Sanju Sharma as compared to Vivek and Yashwant.
And they would definitely want some spinner to come on this type of wicket, because the spinners won't be able to extract the benefits of this wicket compared to the pacers.
More of a fuller length delivery.
Another dot ball. End of the over. Sanju Sharma, his first over, only 3 runs from the over. 3 overs we have been into the second power play, but Sri Lanka hasn't been able to do anything better. Still going slow, but maybe that's how they do. They go slow, then they build up, then they go fast. And I think we might have a spinner. Yes, a spinner is coming to bowl now.
They would like to protect some wicket and won't expose their middle order directly, as a good amount of overs are left to face.
As the spinner comes on, they finally went to 4 fielders outside 30-yard circle. And they have no fine leg. They have went very unorthodox with their fielding change. A long on, a long off, a deep square leg, a deep point. But 2 extra covers, a short extra cover and an extra cover at the 30-yard line. From around the wicket, the left armour, brilliant stop, and they will still seal a single. That was close. Not out, as the umpire says.
A bit of a confusion between the wicket.
Kuldeep Singh, the new bowler, bowling from round the wicket, between the wicket, you can say actually, because he's going from the leg part towards the off part, from ahead of the umpire. That's what we call from bowling from between the wicket. Well defended, but I think that was the noise of the bat hitting them. With the spinner in place, it might be easier for the batsman to get one odd single on a delivery. But they're still just defending. Sampath new to the pitch. I think Goim Shanaka needs to take the initiative here. Otherwise the Sri Lankans will lag behind. Full delivery right at the bottom end of the bat, straight towards extra cover. The fielding placements have been very strategical and very well put up by the captain. As Kuldeep saying, another ball placed right, and that will be a single from long on.
We haven't seen any major spin off the field. That's why bowler is trying to flight the ball a little to drive the batsman outside his crease.
Well driven towards long off. Another single they'll have, 44 for 2 after the completion of 12 overs. 30 more overs remaining. And they'll look for more runs, you know. Like for India, if you remember. Sanju Sharma back for his second over, and the last 2 overs only 6 runs have been scored. Lines it up, showing much more effort ball that was.
An overthrow.
That will be an overthrow, but that will be covered.
Non-striker seems interesting. The striker didn't want to rotate the strike.
The non-striker is disappointed that the Sampath did not show the intention for the overthrow. And even from the dugout, we can see the coach was a bit furious at him for not going for the second run, even though the ball was way over the 30-yard circle behind that third man.
Interesting, the team against batsmen. Anyways. Close to the edge. Appeal. I think we heard something there. That might just have been the noise of the bat breezing past and the ball going in this wind that we have.
Interestingly, the field for Pacers is exactly the same as they were in the power play, with the same fine leg and third men, and no fielders in front.
That was close. Good effort to stop the ball. And that will be just a single. The backward point fielder covering it up for him. Fielding has been good. The captain has shown great composure. He's signaling that he was going against the direction of the ball, but still managed to stop it. That's excellent.
As compared to the previous overs, Sanju Sharma, this overs he seems to be more disciplined in his length and line.
That has been the go-to shot for the Sri Lankans. Hasn't been going off the back foot and trying for a late cut towards third man or backward point and getting a single. But the fielding has been tight. The bowlers have got some amount of swing and movement off the pitch and in the air too.
The type of ball India bowlers are bowling, that's the only choice left for the Sri Lankan batters to play.
It is. And the way the sun, that was close, went right over the square leg fielder towards his right. But that was a tough opportunity. Could not be taken.
India would love to avoid those loose balls.
And the way the weather is, the way the sun is shining right on the top of our heads,
with a low breeze,
the pitch will just get better and better to bat on. Well, that was close from the lower edge of the bat straight to the pad. And now, after the end of 2 overs,
Spin from both the ends.
That is a boundary for Sri Lanka. Shanaka showing some intent, appreciation from the dugout because the boundary has been very rare in these conditions and in this Sri Lankan making a fielding adjustment as the cover comes forward. A long on, a long off in place, a deep mid wicket.
And a deep square leg.
And a deep square leg. Right arm off spin. That was close. A muted appeal from the point fielder.
Shanaka now seems to have clear intentions of hitting the ball.
The non-striker not responding to the call of the single much positively, but they still get a run. Shanaka is not happy that the non-striker wasn't looking at him during the match. Well, a bit of conflict between the two batsmen. And neither do the coach appreciate this. Flicked away, and that will be the rotation of the strike. That is what is key to developing the innings.
A Sri Lankan batters found Indranil quite comfortable to face. And down 17 overs, 59 for 2. A loose ball, a full toss. That's what Sri Lanka was looking for. Just a single.
Now we can see the runs. But still, they have been very slow, you know. The projected score is still around 140. Not the best of innings from Sri Lanka. They really need to buckle up. They need to get more tighter and more aggressive with their intent, which we haven't seen them doing today so far. Flick towards on the back foot, and that will be just a single.
But the good thing is Sri Lankans are now rotating the strike. But still they are able to score only 3 runs per over.
Yes, the development has surely been there in the runs they are scoring. But they can do much better, which we're not seeing. He's looking for the run, and they'll get it. The non-striker was very much ready for it.
First wide of the match.
That's a wide. First bowling mistake that has given a run. 64 for 2 after 17.5. Played on the back foot by Shanaka. Again, he's showing intent for a single. Coming to singles and running between the wickets, Shanaka has shown great intent. But when it comes to hitting the boundaries, he hasn't been the best man for the job. Out of the 34 runs he has scored on 54 deliveries, only 8 runs have come from 2 fours that he has hit. Otherwise, the strike rate has been just 63. And Sampath, 8 runs of 24 balls. Very slow again.
Seems like Sampath is also settled now on the crease, and now he can also take charge to strike the ball down the ground.
Asking something from the dugout there, Sampath. Maybe for the cap, he is. Yes. Laid forward, but not a single.
More of a flighted delivery from Indranil.
There's no deep cover and there's much more protection on the leg side. I think he needs to bowl a bit much more straighter into the wicket. As play straighter and a misfield from the bowler. That will be a single. Should have been stopped there by Indranil. We cannot give singles to Sri Lanka, you know. That will release the pressure of them. They'll become much more settled. Lead again to backward point. So many dot balls. The Sri Lankans should not allow this. An appeal. No response from the umpire. Another single. A quick single. Important runs these are, you know.
That was a good ball outside the off.
Lofted over, and that will be a single. This is also a great way of rotating the strike. If you cannot get it through the gaps, just hit it over the gaps, if not through the gaps.
After the end of the 19th over, 67 for 2.
An energy drink for Sai on the boundary. The substitutes are really crucial, even though they cannot play in the match, not bowl or bat, but they can come in and chip in for some minutes as fielders, help the players on the boundaries. Kuldeep Singh lofted and played towards long off pretty much quickly, and that will be a single.
The field is now open for Sri Lankan batters. Now it seems to be a bit more easier to rotate the strike on every ball as compared when the field was inside the circle.
Shanaka again looking for a single. Sampath not agreeing for the single. I think Shanaka is not happy with it. He wants Sampath to be much more agile, much more ready for the single, much more excited for it, which he doesn't seem to be at the moment. That's just played.
The plan seems to be like inviting the batter for the long shot, for a lofted hit towards the long side of the boundary. The square boundaries are comparatively longer as compared to the straight boundaries.
Kuldeep Singh to Sampath for the third ball of the over, of the 20th over. Flatter through the stumps, played in front. Well, that seems a bit weird. Shanaka looking for a single when the ball is straight down the pitch into the bowler's hands. That shows he has intent, but that isn't a positive sign. Flighted ball. over the air towards extra cover, but that will be just a single. They're looking for the second run. That's a good throw, and that is brilliant running between the wickets.
Brilliantly converted the single into the double.
The longer fielder thought they'll only run for a single and slowed down in the end, but they used it for their own benefit, the Sri Lankans, and ran 2 runs. Well played behind, scoop shot. The long leg fielder having good run to stop the ball, which he will.
After the end of the 20th over, 73 for 2 Sri Lanka.
In the last 10 overs, only 35 runs. Despite the field opening up for them, 4 fielders outside the box, but still. Cut again, not a run again. That's
fuller
in the
leg delivery.
air. Catch was the call. But the fielder was not just ready for it, I think. A bit of an argument between the bowler and the fielder of why wasn't he there for the catch.
The bowler seems to be unhappy as the ball was in the air for quite some time. The fielder could have been interested, more interested to take the catch. A quick single between the wicket.
The pitch seems to have got better for the batsmen, but they're still not able to use it for their own benefit. The bowlers have also been very tight with their lines and lengths. You can see that with this in the scoreboard of how only 1 wide has been conceded here. Away, another dot ball. Than just putting it away short towards the fielders, why not just show a bit more intent, you know? Try and play inventive shots, maybe a reverse sweep, maybe a slog sweep over the mid-wicket boundary. Oh, that's what he has gone for there. That is in the air between the 2 fielders. That will just be a single. He went for the slog sweep, as I said, invent some shots, but still not the big one, just a single. And that will be the drinks break for now. After 21 overs, the score
is 76 for 2. 50% of the match is over and Sri Lanka is 76 for 2 after 21st over. A long spell for Kuldeep Singh from one end. He's back for the 6th over in his spell.
Very excited for any opportunity to run at. Went out of the crease, ran towards the bowling end. They both were stranded at the same end for a second. The third man had a very simple throw towards the keeper, but the keeper missed it and gave the opportunity to Shanaka to roll back to the batting side. That was lofted and another misfield. What is happening?
One word for the situation was comedy of errors.
The fielding so far had been brilliant by them, but now it's just, I'd say, not up to the mark in the last two deliveries. Misfield at cover in the last delivery we saw. Kuldeep Singh must be disappointed with these errors. Play towards third man, and this time Shanaka and this time Sampath instead showed something for the run, but Shanaka played the Sampath's role, that denying for the run.
A misfield from the wicket-keeper. Sri Lankan batters are back for third run. Bye from the umpire. After drinks break, it seems like Sri Lanka have a new plan and they seems to be more positive as compared to the first half of the game.
They really need to be positive now. They don't have much time in the innings remaining to, buckle up and back up for whatever they have lost in the starting of the match.
This is the maximum run they have conceded in a single over. After the end of the 22nd over, 83 for 2.
20 overs remaining, 120 deliveries remaining, and they at least want that much runs, around 190 or 200. Well, they have the last 8 overs, the last power play to start their attack as Indranilin comes back for his third over.
Shanaka rolls in his 40s. He would love to convert it into a half century, but now it's high time for the Sri Lankan team to increase.
Keeper is not happy with the throw. He thinks it was a bit too slow for it. The Sri Lankans have shown great composure in their innings, but have been a bit slow. Oh, brilliant fielding effort from the point fielder. That's exceptional fielding. Saved 3 runs for his team there, the way the pace of the ball was moving towards the boundary. Shanaka well set on the crease. Is he looking for his half century that he is playing in this manner? Or it's just that he cannot handle the deliveries being bowled to him? Seems both, to be honest. Goes for the big shot. That will be again short for the deep mid wicket fielder to catch on to.
The message from the Sri Lankan dugout is now basically very clear that they would love to rotate the strike on every ball and reduce the dot balls as much as they can.
Shot through the gap. Will not be enough for a boundary, but they'll come back for 2 runs. Now we can see rotation of the strike a lot more. Sri Lanka now 88 for 2 after 22.5 overs.
Last ball of the delivery.
Another back foot punch.
Another
That was not good. The fielder was not just alert that they may have been running. And in the last 2 overs, what has happened to the Indian fielding?
Fielder seems to be a bit off-minded.
89 for 2 after 23 overs. In the last 8 overs, 39 runs. We've seen at the run rate of 5. That is pretty good. That is pretty much development for them. They were going at 3 runs per over in the start, 3 or 3.5. But now, in the last 8 overs, scoring at 5 runs and over. Commendable.
And after the drinks break, they have converted their run rate to 6 runs per over.
Virender Singh, the captain, stepping up to bowl. Left arm off spin from around the wicket. The drinks break turned out to be a breath of fresh air for the Sri Lankan batsmen. They have looked much different in their body language in the last 2 overs. Flighted ball, full toss. He would not like that. The batsman would not like that. He failed to capitalize on that freebie. If we look at this partnership, it has been very good. 81 balls together, that's 13.5 overs, and they've scored 54 runs.
Another quick single.
The partnership together batting at 4 runs and over. As Virender Singh, the captain. Well, that was flighted. That is
into the gap. Over the deep covers. And ball will roll down the boundary for a 4.
Sampath, brilliant shot over extra cover. Virender Singh would not be happy with his lines and lengths in this over. Hasn't been up to the mark.
Seems like both the batters have prepared bowlers.
The intent of the batsman has just changed. Last ball of the over. And again, similar result as the last one.
Bit of a short ball and a late cut. But Indians are prepared for that and they have kept perfect fielding for that shot only.
Through the gap, that will be another boundary.
Second of the over.
10 runs of the over, a brilliant one for Sri Lanka. 99 for 2 after 24 overs. Their run rate is fine.
And now Sri Lanka seems to be on track.
Akash Singh, the new bowler, into the attack. You know, I think the helmets that both the batsmen were wearing became too tiring for them, made their mind a bit more heated as the weather is now too much hot. It's a hot Monday afternoon here in New Delhi. That is wide.
A bit of a radical start for Akash Singh.
They have hit the 100-run mark, the Sri Lankans, after 24.2 overs, and that will be another single to their arsenal of runs. Akash Singh hasn't had the best of lines in his first few balls. Can still come back in this over. 101 for the loss of 2 wickets after 24.3 overs. That shot went over the top, and that will be another single. They're looking for the back for the second. No. Shanaka not interested. Sampath was. Shanaka very close to his 50, and Sampath, who was extremely slow in the start, has just buckled up. 34 of 45 balls he is now. That was from the top edge of the bat. Did not carry to the fielder, and will be another single. Shanaka moves to 46.
Akash Singh is bowling more of a flighted delivery and inviting the batter to hit the ball into the air so that ball can land into the hands of any one of the fielders.
Except from the two pacers, we have seen 3 left arm spinners, 3 left arm off spinners. The same characteristics of each bowler. 2 bowling very flighted, and 1 was much more direct, much more flatter with his deliveries. And 1 right arm off spinner in the form of Indranil.
By the end of the 25th over, 103 for 2.
That was a good delivery from Virender Singh. Didn't have the best of first overs, conceded 10 runs in his first over. Played off the back foot, another rotation of strike for them. The Sri Lankan, this partnership has been developing in the past 1 hour for them. Interestingly, both Uday Lakmal and Denuka Sachin both had 22 minutes on the pitch, even though Uday Lakmal played 1 more over comparatively. That was a good delivery from the inside part of the bat. Running towards the boundary, 2 fielders chasing it, and that will be just saved, and they'll have 3 runs. Brilliant recovery from the fielders to reach there. Maybe Sai Akash could have tried reaching. "108 for 2 after 25.4 overs." Straight right into the bowler's hands. Virendra Singh doing his fielding job at the best, saving the ball. This over has been better from him. Only 4 runs. Flighted delivery, brilliant fielding effort. Just saved 2 runs for his team there. This is important, you know, the fielders showing brilliance on the field. Resident in one incident, of course, the run-out one. But saving runs through the field is important. As many people say, that batters might perform in some matches and some they won't. Bowlers might perform in some matches, in some they won't. But a good fielder will always be there to save the ball for you in the field and save runs for you.
After the loss of 2 early wickets, now this partnership of Sri Lankan team seems to be a bit more sturdy and more consistent as compared to the past 2 partnerships, and now it's growing on the nerves of Indian bowlers as well. A loud appeal.
The umpire signals that there was a bit of edge of the bat. That's taken. That's the 3rd wicket. I think that shot wasn't fired as Shanaka departs at 49, 1 run shy of his half century.
That was the wicket Indian cricket team was looking for. The said batsman Shanaka dismisses on 49, playing 77 balls with 2 boundaries. That's a crucial wicket for Indian team. And a big blow for Sri Lankan team as well. Good fighting knock from the batter Shanaka, and a round of applause from their teammates and dugout. The batter enters the field. New batsman on the crease, Gimadu Malcolm.
The captain of Sri Lanka steps onto the pitch as Shanaka departs for 49 runs, a good innings. Missed out on his half century by 1 run. The 72-run partnership between him and Sampath came to an end as the Sri Lankan captain gets off the mark of the very first delivery. Malcolm won 43 runs in his last 5 innings, 19 in his last one. A bit out of form, but he'll be all ready to come back as soon as possible. Now Sampath can build on his innings. Shanaka did well, but Sampath has the opportunity to go big here.
As it said, 1 brings 2. It's high time for India to dismiss the second settled batter on the crease and bring two fresh players on the crease so that they can build more pressure on the Sri Lankan team.
They would not want Sampath to stay for more than maybe till the 30th over, because then in the last 12 overs, if Sri Lanka have a settled batsman like him present on the crease, it will be easier for him to go big and score loads of runs. Goes for the big shot. That's in the air. Will fall short.
The bowler seems to be more disheartened by the effort from the fielder.
End of the 27th over, 110 for 3. Projected score as of now, 171. Virender Singh, the Indian captain, coming back for his third over. We might see a captain face-off in this over if Malcolm faces Virender. Left arm, off spin over the wicket, cut towards deep wicket, a deep cover, and they'll get another single. Rotation of the strike was compulsory, was actually important, crucial, which they are succeeding in now.
As you wanted, it's captain versus captain on next ball.
Facing the left arm spinner, off spinner for the left-handed batsman will be much more easier, as the ball will come into and inside of the bat. Easier to rotate the strike. But the pitch, again, and the weather has been too harsh on the players. Too warm it is. Players might be suffering from so much heat. They need to, sustain themselves. They need to keep a track of how much energy they are using in the match, because they also have a second innings to bat in. That will be a single. Malcolm. The scoreboard is just ticking now at some odd delivery. Not like it was stuck for so many overs. Lofted ball from the outside region of the bat, the backward point does enough. That will be another single. Sampath is just moving, It's not like if he's on the pitch, he's just playing 3-4 balls. He's rotating the strike at every other ball. 39 of 55 for Sampath. And he needs to grow this partnership with the captain. Otherwise, it's no use. They'll have nothing to sustain in the end. And that will be another quick single. The keeper making the run for it.
And it seems like it's very comfortable for a new batter to face spinner for the very first over.
A bowling change might work. Bringing in a pacer for 1 or 2 overs with a change of ends for them might just be the master stroke they are looking for. Full ball. The decision to bowl first Seems like a good one from the Indian side. Seemed like a good one in the first power play, but since then they haven't been able to, keep the pressure. Because Sampath, that Kuldeep Singh back for his 8th over, potentially his last over against Malcolm. Malcolm would be looking to exploit him. Went for the sweep, and that will be just a single, a fielder present at deep square leg.
In the previous over of Kuldeep Singh, Malcolm strike 2 boundaries, which will definitely keep the bowler under pressure whenever he bowls to Malcolm.
This will be an exciting battle between Kuldeep and Sampath, because Sampath rotated the strike very well against them. Goes for the sweep. The fielder running. Can he save the boundary there? Yes, he can. They'll come back for 2 runs. He'll move on to 58, Sampath, building on to his innings. A century for Sampath can be in his sights. 100 runs seem achievable for him. Oh, that was close. The bat hit the pad and ball at the same time, and they'll get a single.
The bowler seems to be more excited, but umpire denies.
156 at the loss of 3 wickets now, Sri Lanka. Kuldeep Singh puts this flat at that's a big hit. "17 runs from the over. That's the amount of runs they scored in a total of 6 overs in the power play.
It seems like now Sri Lanka have finally found their rhythm, and now they're dashing towards the end of their innings. As we are moving towards the end of the first inning, the last 8 overs are left, and Sri Lanka have truly found their rhythm.
8 overs left. Sri Lanka has, yes, found their rhythm. Now is the time to go all bonkers out. With just 8 overs remaining, they'd like a big score. See, 200 seems very possible. 220? Yes, they'll be looking at that. 220, 230 would be their aim right now. That's a scoop shot over the wicket keeper. They'll come back for a double, the keeper and the third man fielder running towards it. The third man did not react that well to the shot. Was a bit late in his movement. Sri Lanka crossed the 170 run mark now. Malcolm approaching his half century.
I was expecting a fast bowler in the third power play, but again the captain Virender Singh is going with spin.
That's again over the keeper. They'll come back for another double-minded third one. Yes, they are coming back for a third one, and that also very easily. That is disappointing, the fielding efforts. I think the captain needs to do something with his field. Either he needs to change his own bowling lines and length, considering the way the batsmen are playing their shots. Maybe go a bit more towards the offside, bringing the ball from the off stump inside the wickets.
Scoop shot seems to be like the comfort shot for Sampath.
Bowling a bit more fuller to tackle the scoop shots should be the way for them here. He steps up. Oh my god, that's a big mess up. Now you cannot let that happen. What if he come? And that is clear out. I think he gave up before even the run out took place. That is disappointing.
And the said batter Sampath is back after scoring 63 runs from 73 balls with 4 boundaries.
Tharka Sampath Jayasinghe got run out again. Vivek Kumar took a brilliant catch at deep mid wicket for Shanaka and now runs out another set batsman. Brilliant in the field, we can see that.
और जिस विकेट की भारतीय टीम को दरकार थी वो तो उनको मिल गई है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से उनको मिली है शायद वो उससे ज़्यादा खुश ना हो। पर अब जिस तरीके से गेम अपने अंत की ओर बढ़ रहा है, ज़रूर से हम देखना चाहेंगे एक फास्ट बॉलर गेम में आते हुए।
Rajitha Asanka, the new batsman, he'll get off the mark on his third delivery with a single towards long off. Malcolm, he can be the big man for the show now. He set 37 runs of 26 deliveries. Then he can just, blast off, score so many runs as 7 overs are remaining in their innings.
विवेक कुमार आया क्या बॉलिंग पे? बॉलिंग पे कौन है? विवेक कुमार। विवेक कुमार वापस एक छोर से बॉल करते हुए, और जैसा हमने दिन की शुरुआत में पिच रिपोर्ट में कहा था कि जैसे जैसे दिन चढ़ेगा पिच वैसे वैसे और बेहतर होती चली जाएगी बैटिंग के लिए, और वैसे ही हमको देखने को मिला है। जितनी स्लो स्टार्ट श्रीलंका को मिली थी, पर 2 सेट पार्टनरशिप के बाद उन्होंने पिच ने उनको काफ़ी ज़्यादा मदद दी और काफ़ी सूटेबल रही उनकी बैटिंग के लिए। दिशाहीन गेंद और वाइड का इशारा अंपायर का।
Asanka in his first 4 balls against the spinner, he showed a bit intent. But as the Pacers have come back into the attack, it might be a bit tough for them. This pitch seems to be the right one for the fast arm bowlers to settle into. Steps out, flicks it and gets a short single. Malcolm on strike. Malcolm hasn't faced the Pacer in his entire innings. Will be interesting how he fares against the Pacers, because the Pacers have extracted the most that they can from this pitch. Pacers have been very tight with the lines and lengths, and Malcolm would know that. I think, yeah, they were watching the match, of course, from the dugout. They would know how tough it would be to fare against them, as their openers found tough to fare against them. Malcolm, that's played through the gap to West Point. They'll come back for a single. That's rotation of the strike that we are talking about.
और डेथ ओवर्स में सेट पैटर्न मलकम का खेलना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि इकलौते ऐसे बैटर है जो 142 के आसपास की स्ट्राइक रेट से खेले हैं, और जितना ज़्यादा इनको स्ट्राइक मिलेगा उतना ज़्यादा श्रीलंका के लिए बेनिफिशियल होता जाएगा।
178 for the loss of 4 wickets. Vivek Kumar steams in, went for the big shot, did not get the whole of it on his bat, as Asanka will get another single. Moves on to 3 runs. Sri Lanka would want that these two batters see out the remaining overs. 6.5 overs, that's 39 deliveries remaining in the match, in the innings. They would want that Asanka and Malcolm are the two guys in the end of the 42nd over, that these two guys come back to the dugout. Malcolm. Did not get the most of it, but still will manage a single. Good over this one. The last few overs hadn't been the best one for the Indian team. In the last 3 overs, India had conceded 32 runs, like before this one. And in this over, it's been much better. Just 5 runs. That will go to the boundary as extras.
ये अवॉइड किए जा सकते हैं।
As I was saying, this was going to be a good over, as only 5 runs had been conceded, compared to the fact that the previous 3 overs before it had conceded 32 runs altogether. But that 4 byes, those extras, made it 9 runs in that over. 184 for the loss of 4 wickets after 36 overs as we head on to the final 6 overs. Virender Singh in the attack.
एक एंड से पेस को जरूर बुलाया है, लेकिन एक एंड से अभी भी स्पिन को चालू रखा है.
All the fielders right on the edge of the boundary that we have. And that will be a single. Rotating the strike. Important, as we said. Projected score at 214. 6 overs remaining. Now it's time for them to go all out on their attack. Otherwise, they might lag behind in getting a suitable target for the Indians. That's a good shot. Flicked away with speed towards the mid-wicket region between the two fielders, and that will be another boundary. He wants the cap instead of the helmet. 189 runs for the loss of 4 wickets.
बॉलर की लाइन और लेंथ बिगाड़ने के लिए पहले डीप इन क्रीज गए, उसके बाद स्टेप आउट किया.
Lanka ready for the next ball, flicks it away, and in the similar region, but this time it will only be a single. He did not hit it as hard as he did the previous delivery. And the scoreboard is just moving and moving and moving since the 20th over. Since the drinks break, I think the Sri Lankans just had to change, maybe in their luck, maybe in the way they saw the things in the match, their perspective towards the match, the way the batsmen saw the pitch, the way the pitch behaved. It all seems to have changed. The drinks break has acted like the game changer for Sri Lanka. Another single hit hard towards long on. And Asanka to face the last delivery of the 37th over. Hit on the back pad. That's plumb. That's a wicket. The first LBW of the game. The first appeal that the bowlers have made for the LBW. Got behind to be out. Asanka departs for 8 runs of 9 deliveries. Just hitting 1 boundary. Did not settle as much as he would have liked to. And that's another breakthrough for the Indian team.
बिल्कुल सामने आ गए थे विकेट के, लेग साइड का गार्ड लेके शफल करके बिल्कुल ऑफ स्टंप के सामने, बिल्कुल मिडिल ऑफ द विकेट पर बॉल जाके लगा था. इससे सिंपल डिसीजन अंपायर के लिए नहीं हो सकता था.
Vivek Kumar back for his 7th over, the 38th over in the innings. Change of size, bowling from round the wicket to Malcolm now. Vivek Kumar. That's a good ball. They'll play towards backward point and stopped by the feet again. And that will be a single. Close to the 200 mark now. After Asanka's wicket, India would just want that they can, get more and more batsmen out and they can put the pressure back on Sri Lanka and stop the flow of the runs that has been going on in the past 15 overs, to be precise. Clean.
Bold.
Off stump.
नए बैटर क्रीज पे आए और नए बैटर गए.
India would have wanted that to get continuous wickets. The off stump is uprooted. That is another breakthrough. The 6th wicket has fallen in the 38th over with 4 more overs after this one. I think Malcolm, he has a big job on his shoulders to maintain this batting order, to get some runs in the end. It's crucial.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. Moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. Moving on, moving on.
पिछले 2 ओवर की बैक टू बैक 2 विकेट श्रीलंका को जरूर प्रेशर में डालेगी.
An appeal for leg before. That will be a leg bye for the new batsman,
पर शायद डाउन द लेग जा रही थी, लेग स्टंप को मिस करती हुई.
In the air, no fielder. They'll manage a single. Malcolm would consider himself lucky that there was no deep mid-wicket or a mid-wicket fielder in place. And Vivek, he's just been too consistent. And I think this pitch is better for the pacemen. They have, extracted a lot more from the pitch. The spinners had been very loose in their lines and
स्पिनर को जहां मलकम फ्रंट फुट पे खेल रहे थे, वहीं पे पेसर के आते ही थोड़ा सा उनको अपनी एडजस्टमेंट करना पड़ रहा है, थोड़ा रुक के खेलना पड़ रहा है.
Vivek Kumar completing his over. That's the end of the 38th over. 195 for 6. Vivek Kumar, 7 overs, just 23 runs he has given away. And has also picked up 2 wickets.
और दूसरे छोर से वीरेंद्र कुमार अपना 7वां ओवर लेके आते हुए, पिछले ओवर में आशंका की जरूर उनको विकेट हासिल हुई थी आखिरी बॉल पे। और इसी के साथ साथ मैच भी अपने आखिरी 4 ओवर्स में रोल करते हुए। बढ़िया कवर ड्राइव, गैप में 4 रन। बाउंड्री का खाता खोला चौके के साथ और पहली ही बॉल पे वीरेंद्र सिंह को टारगेट किया। पहली बॉल पे बाउंड्री आने के बाद हमेशा बॉलर थोड़ा सा प्रेशर में ही होता है।
Malcolm has a big job on his shoulders now. He needs to take the attack on his shoulders in the final 3 overs that are remaining. He needs to get at least 30-40 runs for his team against Virender, the left arm off spinner. Pushes it on for a single. Yes, rotating the strike, that's important.
थोड़ी सी खींची हुई गेंद, क्योंकि पिछली बार जब उनको आगे डाली थी तो उन्होंने एक चौका लगाया था। और ये बॉल सही है क्योंकि इसके लिए आपने फील्डर ले रखा है, सिर्फ एक सिंगल। वापस सेट बैटर मलकम स्ट्राइक पे।
Pushes it straight on and they'll get a single. Rotating the strike. As we say, important. Because it keeps the scoreboard ticking, you know. Closing on, and now they've reached the 200 run mark, already 203 for the loss of 6 wickets. After this 3 more overs remaining, they'll be looking for 225 or 235. Plays right back to the bowler.
Out of 39 overs, 203 for 6.
With the 3 overs that are remaining in the innings, the only aim the Sri Lankans will have to score as many as runs possible, and the majority of that, the pressure majority of it, will be on Malcolm. He's also closing on to his half century, 45 of 35 deliveries. As we have Vivek for his 8th over. Yashwant Naidu hasn't been used since his 5th over. That seems pretty exciting and pretty interesting actually, that he's not been given the chance to bowl. That goes off the top edge. The third man fielder will recover it. They'll try to get back for the second. Yes, they will. Brilliant running between the wickets. 205 runs for them.
And Malcolm moves to 47 on just 36 deliveries with a strike rate of 130.56. Outside off, late cut.
That is the boundary. The fielding could have been much more better at this situation. Not the best of fielding efforts from the third man, and that will be another boundary for the Sri Lankans. That is the half century for the Sri Lankan captain. Malcolm strikes his 50. It's been a very fast-paced one too, in less than 40 deliveries. encouraging for the team. Brilliant innings from the number 41, the Sri Lankan captain.
It's a very crucial knock at the moment when he came to bat. And he's leading his team from the front. Now Malcolm is actually on the driving seat.
Kumar. Oh.
Bold!
Bowled right after his half century. Then Malcolm had a poor shot decision there. The leg stump got uprooted entirely. 209 for the loss of 7 wickets. Brilliant innings from the Sri Lankan captain. Good job he did there out. That is what his team would have wanted from him. They might have wanted him to stay till the 42nd over, but still, brilliant innings from the Sri Lankan captain. Well done.
Wanted to use the pace of Vivek Kumar's bowling, but clearly missed the wicket. And as umpire signs, Vivek Kumar has broken the wicket into two halves. Whenever the captain has handed over the ball to Vivek Kumar, he has delivered. He has delivered up to his potential. Bowled 7.3 overs, conceded just 29 runs and taken 3 wickets with an economy of 3.87. It's just a brilliant piece of bowling from Vivek Kumar.
2 meaning in the Sri Lankan innings. Let's see who joins Alendros Kalep as the number 9th batter of Sri Lanka.
The good thing for India is that both the batters are new to this crease.
And both are also more towards the bowling side, like more better in bowling, not the best batsmen, not the best finishers. But they can still chip in with, some 10, 15 odd runs in the 15 balls that are remaining and bring the score to at least 220. Make this an exciting contest. Vivek Kumar's teams in for the 4th delivery. That was a loose delivery, not the best ones. And that will be a single towards mid-off.
If it could have been into the gap, it would have been the boundary.
And I believe the Sri Lankans, should try to find more runs, like convert singles into doubles, doubles into triples, and that will be a benefit for them if that's a wide. No, it is not. It went off the
down
pad.
to like off the pad. Sri Lanka would definitely want to score nearly about 25-30 runs in the last 2 overs. And take their total to 235 to 40 nearly. A lofted straight drive.
Had a good sound from the bat, that delivery, and that will be a double for them. Yes, important runs, crucial runs at this stage of the innings. These bowlers, if they chip in with such runs, this is so much good for the team.
And after the end of the 40th over, it's 212 for 7.
Two overs remaining. Let's see who are those bowlers. It's Yashwant Naidu who comes back for his 6th over and for the penultimate over of the innings.
The only bowler it seems like who's gonna complete his full overs is gonna be Vivek Kumar, bowling 9 overs.
That was a good delivery straight towards cover. Not straight, but in a slow manner, and they can get a quick single. This is what they need. They need any forms of runs in the end because they haven't had the best of innings. Of course, the captain, Shanaka and Sampath, they chipped in with half centuries, but they need, some kind of finishing touch to their innings. He steams in Yashwant Naidu for his 6th over. That's high. That's not the longest of hits. And that has been taken.
What a
Brilliant
magnificent catch. This is one of the most difficult catch to take when you're running backward towards the boundary and ball is so high in the air. It drifts. It does drifts.
Maintaining your balance in this heat, running that back. Such a difficult catch that was brilliantly executed by them. A crucial wicket at the end, but all the credit should go to the man and the fielder at mid-wicket.
And Alan Rose departs.
Vivek Kumar, I think it was. Yes, another brilliant performance in the field. He has already got the catch of Shanaka. He ran out Sampath. And now he claims a brilliant backwards running catch.
And now it seems like we have entered into the bowling lineup of Sri Lankan cricket team. Subodhu Lanka is the new batter on the crease.
56 runs in his last 5 innings. That's the average of nearly 11. If he can chip those 11 runs in the whatever balls that are remaining, that will be very beneficial and crucial for the Sri Lankans. At 213, they would want to 20 or to 25. Ashwin Naidu, short, straight to the bowler. And Vivek Kumar covers him up. That will be another dot ball. They definitely do not want that when only 10 deliveries are remaining in the innings.
As we're reaching towards the end of the first inning, we have seen the pitch is quite suitable for the pacers. It has got the bounce. Not a very discomforting bounce, but yes, a decent amount of bounce as compared to the pitches in Delhi.
That was a hard hit, straight shot. Another single. This is what they need. But they would love a boundary. 6 at least. We have only seen one of those big hits in the match so far. The deep cover steps forward, moves on to the short cover position. Minor fielding adjustments as the mid-wicket moves to deep mid-wicket. And there's a deep third man, of course. Square leg comes in. 2 fielders on the offside, 3 fielders on the offside and 2 on the leg side. That seems like he's going to be much more straighter towards the off stumps. Ashwin Naidu steaming in. Good delivery, that's hit straight and that will only be the ball is coming slow onto the bat. The batsmen are not getting good timing of the ball. The ball staying a bit low as well comparatively. Not the usual bounce we were expecting. But this is just going to get better and better for the batsman to pitch by the looks of it.
Seems like batter need to spend some time on the crease to get settled and then you can hit some long shots.
But there's no time for settling now, there is it? With 9 deliveries remaining, that's a direct hit. That will be a run out. Brilliant throw from Virender Singh, the captain. That will be the 8th wicket to fall for Sri Lanka. That will be the 9th wicket, correction that we'll have. As Subodhu Lanka is the man to depart. The 2nd wicket in the over. And again, another by a fielding effort. $215 for the loss of 9 wickets as we head into the final. Well, that was wide. Not something you would like at the start. Sri Lanka would be happy for this. They've got an extra run in their runs. Vargala Jatunge Asanka, the new batsman. The final one. Vivek Kumar for the first ball of this over. Appeal from the point fielder. Nothing much from the keeper and the bowler. But a dot ball. That's good for India. Not the best result for Sri Lanka. They would want a boundary, a single, some amount of runs. $215 for 9 in the last over. Steps out. The ball again on the pad. Another dot ball.
In last 5 overs, Sri Lanka have scored 32 runs and lost 5 wickets.
The wicket of Sampath and then Rajat Asanka really opened the floodgates for Sri Lanka. Ever since those wickets, they could not really come back and, show more composure and more aggressive intent into the innings. They just kept losing wickets in every other over. Full ball, hit hard, down the ground. Long off is there to protect, and that will be only a single. They look for a second, but there wasn't really a second run there. The final 3 deliveries remaining in the innings. I think they can make something of it.
Sri Lanka would really want a boundary here if they want to reach nearly around 225.
Plays it on the back foot. Another dot delivery. A brilliant final over by Vivek Kumar. He's just finishing off the innings and his own spell in the best manner possible. Sri Lanka won't be the happiest side now, knowing that they were in the front seat of this match for a while. But then as one man fell, every other one too fell. Not the best of shots. Another dot delivery, and that will be the run out. That will be the end of the innings on the penultimate delivery. Sri Lanka bowled out for 217. The Sri Lankan team has been bowled out. That will be the end of the batting inning.
And as predicted earlier, the pitch was looking quite good, and the estimate total we told today was nearly around 220 to 25, and that's what Sri Lanka have scored 217, and India to chase this down need to score 218 to win the game and win the first match of this series. After the early falls of wickets, Sri Lanka did recover well in the middle overs when the spinners were bowling. But after the wicket of Malcolm, the floodgates of wickets were open.
The Sri Lankan team has stepped onto the field and both the batsmen have stepped out. The both umpires are ready with the new cherry, the new white leather, to begin the proceedings of the second innings of the first. To begin the second innings of the first match of the bilateral ODI series between the Indian Deaf team and the Sri Lankan Deaf team at the Roshanara Stadium in New Delhi. The sun shining its brightest in this hot afternoon would be a tough task for the fielders to, compete with this weather. We wish both the teams the best of luck for this second innings. And let's hope for a gripping and exciting second innings and Indian batting. फोन में कितनी बैटरी है 64
Hopefully the pitch is going to behave a little better than the morning as the dew is out of the situation and the moisture in the pitch is also dried up. So pitch will be better intact and might carry a better bounce. Indian team is chasing 219 in 42 overs.
Beginning with the pacer, the Sri Lankan team. Good approach.
Strike पे साई आकाश. और पहली ही बॉल पे ऑफ द मार्क. आराम से बॉल को फ्लिक किया और सिंगल निकाल लिया. और इस इनिंग्स की अपनी पहली बॉल फेस करेंगे संतोष कुमार मोहपात्रा.
Warming up a bit, getting ready to face his first ball of the innings.
Fuller lane delivery. बयालीस ओवर के कंपैरिजन में टोटल उतना बड़ा नहीं है. आराम से चेस किया जा सकता है अगर सिर्फ स्ट्राइक रोटेशन पे ध्यान दिया जाए. बॉल में अच्छा बाउंस, अच्छा कैरी. कंपैरेटिवली सुबह हमने देखा था कि बॉल काफ़ी लो रह रहा था शुरुआत में, पर जैसा कहा कि ड्यू और मॉइस्चर इस पिच से अब जा चुका है और कंपैरेटिवली अब पिच काफ़ी ठोस हो चुकी है, तो बाउंस और कैरी दोनों ही बहुत अच्छा मिल रहा है.
Sri Lanka would be looking for some early breakthrough into the innings, settling in as a bowling unit altogether, and well defended that towards cover.
डाउन द लेग, फ्लिक, गैप में और 4 रन फाइनल की दिशा में.
First boundary for the Indian team in the very first over. Sri Lankans didn't have a first boundary till the 5th over. The Indians have a good start on the hand.
पहली ओवर की समाप्ति पे 5 रन बिना किसी नुकसान पे.
Alan Rose Caleb bowled the first over, conceded 5 runs. Santosh with a boundary. And the second over of this match, chasing 214 runs.
इजी स्ट्राइक रोटेशन साई आकाश की तरफ से काफी आगे पिच की गई बॉल और उतने ही अच्छे से उसको खेला. इजी डिफेंस. इस एंड से कंपैरेटिवली उतना बाउंस देखने को नहीं मिला जितना दूसरे एंड से देखने को मिला था. बॉल थोड़ा सा लो रहा. विकेट कीपर तक भी सही से कैरी नहीं किया. और जैसे जैसे धूप बढ़ती जा रही है उतना ही बॉलर्स के लिए भी मुश्किल होता जाएगा बॉल करना, क्योंकि है तो ये दिसंबर बट टेम्परेचर ये दिसंबर जैसा नहीं फील हो रहा है. Bit of a sunny atmosphere around here. A shot over.
The Pacers not having the best of starts like the Indians did. And as we said, as the day will move on, as the day will progress, the pitch will, loosen up a bit, get better for the bowlers, get better for the batters, actually. Get better for the batters. And we can see that proof in the first 2 overs, especially with the new ball that can swing, that is hard.
बट कंपैरेटिवली वाइड बॉल का ज्यादा स्विंग रात को देखने को मिलता है. और पैरों पे बॉल फ्लिक, एक बाउंस बाउंड्री के बाहर और दूसरा चौका इस ओवर का.
संतोष की अप्रोच से हमें लग रहा है कि आज तो ये स्टार्टिंग में ही अग्रेशन के साथ बढ़ना चाहेंगे. एंड द पावर प्ले ओनली हैविंग 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. This is one advantage and one factor that India wants plays into their own hands and their own benefit.
संतोष कुमार महापात्रा डाउन द लेग बॉल मिलते ही ऐसे श्रीलंकन बॉलर्स को तड़ी देते हुए
from the lines and lengths of the Sri Lankan bowlers. Their plan where they have to bowl hasn't been, hasn't been very clear to the analyzers and the experts out here.
जितना हार्ड संतोष कुमार जा रहे हैं उतना ही सॉफ्ट साई आकाश स्ट्राइक रोटेट कर रहे हैं. एलन रोज अपना दूसरा ओवर सेम एंड से लाते हुए.
Dashing drive through the extra covers, a full delivery bowled, a big mistake by Alan Rose, and Santosh pounces on that delivery as well as he could. Brilliant, fast drive through the extra cover region. That's his third boundary, fourth boundary in the match. Alan Rose has been tad expensive and not so consistent with his lines and lengths, and it's just the start. They would not want that the new ball drags on the outfield as much it is right now, because as much as it drags on the outfield, the ball will get softer, the layer of the leather that will also get off. So they would not want that. They would want more dot balls and more pressure, just like that one.
थोड़ा सा अपनी लेंथ को पीछे खींचा. Just short delivery.
Showing aggression from the start in chases like these. This is not an easy chase. They still need to chase the target at around 5.4 something and over. And that is not easy for them. They need to, really concentrate. Hitting in the start is good, but they need to combine themselves together and have a clear-cut plan on how to chase the target of 218.
श्रीलंकन बॉलर्स की तरफ से कंसिस्टेंसी नहीं आ रही है बॉलिंग में. लाइन कभी ऑफ तो कभी लेग, और डाउन द लेग जाते ही संतोष बिल्कुल भी मौका नहीं छोड़ते हैं. और सबसे अच्छी बात है कि जितनी डॉट बॉल्स श्रीलंका खेल रही थी, इंडिया उतना ही इजी स्ट्राइक रोटेशन कर रही है या बाउंड्री में कन्वर्ट कर रही है उसे.
Bowling hasn't been consistent, but the Sri Lankans are still showing good signs in their fielding efforts.
After 3 overs, 20 without any loss.
ऐसा ही होता है इस गर्दन पे सर का. ओ आई थिंक उल्टा पहना है. लग रहा है ये कॉलर वरना ऐसे नहीं आया. वो पीछे नहीं होता, नीचे की साइड. जल्दी में था ना, सुबह 8 बजे पहुंच रहा था मैं. 8 बजे बढ़िया. तो 7:55 पे यहाँ था. 8 बजे मैं आया था. आने में आधा घंटा. दिल्ली का सचिन है ये. दिल्ली का सचिन बॉलिंग में. Dinuka Sachin, the player who, came in the end and showed some signs of scoring runs. The spinner comes into the attack. A spinner in the power play, a rare sight.
Early change. और इसका रीज़न भी बहुत सिंपल है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से संतोष ने पेसर्स को आड़े हाथों लिया है, ये चेंज लाना बहुत लाजमी था.
The Pacers weren't working well on the pitch. Sri Lankans must have thought that bring on spinners, but let's see how the spinners fare. Oh, that was close. They're appealing, but there was a bump. लेकिन वो चाहते हैं ऐसा. down towards long on. They'll get another single, and Indians are rotating the strike. Santosh and Sayakash, two brilliant, talented young Indian openers.
जितनी अच्छी पहले 2 ओवर में स्टार्ट मिली है उसके बाद थोड़ा टाइम ले सकते हैं. थोड़ा बॉल बैट्समैन की रीत से दूर टेम्प्ट किया कि बॉल को अप्रोच करे, बॉल के नजदीक जाके खेले.
In the power play, they can take some rest, of course, but keeping track of the scorecard and the target is important, and that is a wide delivery. India hadn't bowled a wide till the 16th over, but Sri Lanka right in the 4th over. The over by the spinner has been pretty much good compared to those bowled by the pacers, and a lack of runs. But on the last ball, they'll get a single.
इसी इजी सिंगल के साथ 4 overs 23 रन विदाउट एनी लॉस.
Some drinks for the wicket keeper early in the over. Yes, as we were talking about the heat. That in so much heat it will be tough for the players. Do you know? Just feel, because the ground's also very hot, the air, there is no sign of wind. There is no sign of wind. That is important. The ground is too dry. The outfield has also dried up. So not the best for the batters. And the fielders all tired. They must be after their batting innings, as every single player had to step out on the pitch and play their part as a batsman. And both the fielders are now involved in finding the ball that must have been lost between the trees. But I think they have found that one very, very quickly.
And eventually runs आ रहे हैं तो इंडिया माइंड नहीं करेगा.
The captain is showing some disappointment towards the bowlers. He's not happy with the bowling. Even though the boundary was not the bowler's mistake, like it was a good ball, it was from the inside edge, but still not happy with the bowler's performance.
Again, more of a fuller length delivery.
Play straight back to the bowler. The bowler is showing some aggression, like threatening to hit it back towards the batsman, towards his thumbs, even though the batsman was way inside his crease. just bowling back of the length deliveries, straight towards the wicket. That do not give space to the batsman. That is the aim of the bowler eventually. If you give too much space, he'll have some room to open up and score runs. But that was not the case because the bowlers are trying their best. But they need to be consistent. The Sri Lankans haven't been consistent so far.
और ये पहला झटका भारतीय टीम को साई आकाश के रूप में आगे कराई गई गेंद टेम्प्ट किया गया बड़े शॉट के लिए और बॉटम ऑफ द बैट से ये निकला शॉट कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाए सही से और सीधा मिड ऑफ के हाथ में दे बैठे। पहला झटका भारतीय टीम को 27 रन पे लगता हुआ एलन रोज ने ली पहली विकेट। After 4.4 overs, India 27 for 1.
This is what Sri Lanka would have wanted, wouldn't have they? That they would get an early wicket as the opening partnership was just starting to, develop, to blossom in a way. The opening partnership was just blossoming and developing. They definitely did not want that, and they have got the breakthrough in the form of Sai Akash. The new batsman entering the crease, the number 18, also the wicket keeper of the Indian Deaf team. Good keeping, that's good keeping. That was going way down leg. That's a wide, an extra run. Kumar Ashraf, the new batsman. Umar Ashraf, the wicket keeper of the team. Sri Lanka have already, given a very low target to the Indian team, and after that they are bowling extras. That is unacceptable to the Sri Lankan fans, to the Sri Lankan management. They won't like that. They need to be better with the lines at least. If you cannot bowl the right length. And as many coaches, even on the local level, when you're in an academy or something, always tell you, get hit fours, get hit sixes, get hit singles, doubles and all those runs. But do not concede wides, do not concede no balls. Because on your overall development as well, that's a negative part of your cricketing skills.
After the end of the 5th over, 28 for 1. जो अर्ली विकेट श्रीलंकन क्रिकेट टीम को चाहिए थी वो उनको मिल चुकी है। अब यहां से इंडियन बैटर्स का क्या प्लान रहेगा ये बहुत क्रूशल है क्योंकि आखिरी 3 ओवर्स बचे हैं पावर प्ले के और ये स्लाइड टर्न देखने को मिला। बैटर चूके, कीपर चूके और ये मिलेगा बाय का चौका।
नहीं बाय नहीं, भारी किनारा लगा है अंपायर के हिसाब से बल्ले का और एक और चौका।
अब तक के 5 चौकों में से ये इतना कन्विंसिंग शॉट नहीं था, पर रन किसी भी तरीके से आए, रन तो रन है।
यहाँ पे फ्लिक फाइन लेग की तरफ और एक और सिंगल। स्ट्राइक को रोटेट बहुत अच्छे से किया जा रहा है यहाँ दोनों बल्लेबाजों के द्वारा और यही बात है इंडियन टीम की कि ऐसे ही स्ट्राइक रोटेट करना, हर किसी अलग अलग बॉल पे चौका मार देना, ऐसे ही तो आप अपने लक्ष्य की तरफ तेज़ी से बढ़ेंगे। 218 का जो इनका टारगेट है। ऑफ स्पिनर ओवर द विकेट. वापस सामने गेंदबाज की तरफ ही बॉल को खेल दिया गया.
As a new batter, Umar Ashraf can take his time on the crease. But off to an easy start, more of a full delivery, glanced it over towards long on and single. The consistent strike rotation is one thing which is most positive thing for India. After this boundary,
A crucial boundary, the second boundary of the over for Santosh. Not the best fielding efforts from the man at fine leg. He would be disappointed. So would be the Sri Lankan dugout and the other players on the field, because they have to save every single run at every cost, because the target isn't the biggest one for India to chase down.
every time you get distracted from the line, you'll get punished by the batter. By the end of the 6th over, India 38 runs, fall off wicket 1.
The substitute running around the boundary to give some support, either in the form of some hydration drinks or something, towards the players. For example, he's running towards the player at at fine leg. Change of ends, not for the bowler, but of course the batting side.
Alan Rose is back with his 4th over.
Flagged away well between the gap of mid-on and mid-wicket. They'll get a single. Not the not the fastest of shots to race towards the boundary. And also the outfield, as we mentioned in the start, the ground was a bit wet, but it has dried over the course of time. But still the outfield is very slow. The ball's progression towards boundary is not the fastest one. So batters will need to put more effort into the timings and into the power they apply on the shot for it to reach the boundary comfortably. Strong and solid in his defense.
The start that Santosh has given to the Indian team is quite beneficial. The target from 218 has come down to just 118 runs. 180 runs, pardon.
Quick single, that one for them. 40 for 1 after the completion of 6.3 overs. They still have a lot of deliveries, but not that much amount of runs. Should be easy, but the Indians, they don't need to get overconfident about this chase. They need to plan out their chase. They need to, they need to stick in the pitch. They need to believe in themselves, and they have to play their best if they can.
How much do you think India will score after the first power play?
I think India's score after the first 8 overs should be around 55 or 60. But let's just see what happens there.
Outside edge, thick outside edge towards the third man and an easy single.
A visibility issue we had before the starting of this ball, as someone in a white and t-shirt was in front of the side screen. But that's solved now. Now they're asking to remove the white advertisement board. It's, becoming an obstruction in the batsman's eyes when he's facing the white leather, and in the background there's a white board.
Last ball of the over. पैरों में गिरी गेंद और बढ़िया तरीके से कनेक्ट किया, मिडल ऑफ द बैट से लॉफ्टेड शॉट मारा लॉन्ग ऑन के ऊपर से और 4 रन के लिए। इसी के साथ बाय द एंड ऑफ द 7th ओवर इंडिया 45 for 1।
Santosh is settling well from the start. He is attacking the Sri Lankan bowlers, and that's a great sign that India are showing the intent. They're not like if you have to chase these amount of runs, we'll go with the run rate. They want to finish this as soon as possible, is what we can see from the players' intents, and that's a good sign, you know. In this heat, they won't have to stay for much long if the match finishes early than the 42 overs that they have been provided with.
What a start from an opener, Santosh. This is the kind of start this series wanted. This beautiful stadium of Roshanara Club. A quick running between the wicket. Came back for 2. Nice calling from Umar Ashraf.
Some minor fielding changes. The fine leg moves to square leg. Oh, it moves to mid wicket, and the deep mid wicket moves to deep square leg, and he's been moved to long leg now. That
umpire signals not out.
Well, that seemed very close, didn't it? The keeper jumped in elation that he had got the man. But no, it wasn't the case.
It was a close call, but umpire signals not out as Santosh Kumar crossed the crease and was declared safe.
We can't recheck as well. Do we have DRS here? No.
Run out will be the last option that a player would want to get out by. A perfect defense.
This is the way a batsman should bat. That is the way that Santosh is batting. On the good deliveries, you have to respect them. You have to go for your defense. You have to go for your, classic shots. But on the loose deliveries, you do not spare them. That's exactly what Santosh has done in his innings that already has 7 boundaries.
Last 2 balls of the first power play left. Let's see, can Santosh convert these into some big shots? Slap the ball towards the deep mid wicket, just for a single. Umar Ashraf comes on strike, facing the last ball of the power play.
He'll want to make the most of it as only 2 fielders are outside the 30-yard circle right now. But he just pushes it on towards mid-wicket. That will be 49 runs after 8 overs. The first power play finishes as we move on to the second power play of the innings. A new bowler we have in the attack. By the looks of it, it's a left arm spinner. By the looks of it, it's the Sri Lankan captain, I feel. Yes, it is the Sri Lankan captain, Gimaduel Malcolm, the left arm off spinner, bowling from between the wicket again. Just like the way Kuldeep Singh was bowling in the first innings.
India has got its solid start of 49 runs, but the loss of wicket just one, and they would want to keep the score ticking and avoid the dot balls.
A lot of visibility issues near the side screen, but still defended towards extra cover.
And also an interesting choice of field. A long on and a deep square leg.
No one is in place of mid-wicket. That's the easy part, where the bowlers can just push the ball and get a quick single. That will what Umar Ashraf will like to do, because he's just came in. He just needs to settle himself, get some odd runs and rotate the strike. Important against spinners. If we had some kind of, map of some data where we could see where the ball has pitched in the whole match. And India by that has also completed the 50-run mark. And as I was saying, if there was a map to show us where the balls have pitched today, we could have clearly seen that the balls have been bowled outside the off-stump area or at the off-stump area. And by the length we could say all balls were nearly good length. Full balls were mostly by spinners, but the pacers bowled the hard and the good lengths. That is what ideal pacers do, the good and the hard lengths outside the off stump, which the Indian pacers did.
Santosh back on strike.
Sportsmanship, the Sri Lankan captain tying and the laces and helping Umar Ashraf with his laces. The spirit of the sport being uplifted. The dugout is signaling that the power play is over and they can have more fielders outside. Another dot ball. The pressure is mounting, but the over is now over.
By the end of the 9th over, 51 for 1, India.
Played on the back foot towards the gap. That will be a boundary for them. Four runs more towards for them.
Umar Ashraf got his first boundary of this match.
They move on to 55 runs after 9.1 overs. And by current run rate standards, we can expect their chase to be over by the 37th over.
And this was the 9th boundary for India.
Close, wanted to go for that cut shot on another delivery in a row, but missed it. Close won that. The least India would like is to lose a wicket here. They would want a partnership to build on. And Sri Lanka would want some quick breakthroughs to start their middle overs. But when you're in the middle overs, you need to keep rotating the strike. And sometimes that can help the new batsman to settle in easily. So Sri Lanka would not want that directly as well.
Full toss.
Full toss, loose delivery.
But due to the slow outfield, ball won't reach the boundary line.
Umar Ashraf predicted that it will be a boundary, did not run for it in the initial start. That's why they'll only get a single. Had he run from the start, maybe an extra run they would have got. He'll have to compensate for that. He will have to compensate for the mixed extra run sooner or later, because every single run is important in a one-day international chase.
Plus, that full toss could have been converted into a big shot, as the field placement towards the leg is you have empty mid wicket. You have a fielder from long on, but the deep mid wicket is completely empty. Just outside off.
The Sri Lankan spinners are having an okayish time with the ball. Not the best one, but yes, a good start for them.
After the end of the 10th over, 56 for 1 India.
Some drinks for the Indian batsmen.
Malcolm back for his second over. Misfield, but just a single for India.
In the last over, Umar Ashraf could have ran an extra second run, an extra run. Well, he's got that one here by the misfield of Rajata Sanka. Malcolm flicked away, an easy single again. The ball hit the pad after it hit the bat. Not the best of shots. India are rotating the strike well. Would not want to have the best of intents at this moment, because they already have, they're already going at a good pace. They would just want to make good use of the loose deliveries that have been very common by Sri Lanka, because their bowlers haven't been consistent with the lines and length.
Push the ball towards the long on for a single. Another strike rotation. Three runs of the over.
Striking and punching it towards covers. We have seen that quite a lot in this match when the spinner is bowling. And this time, shot towards long off. They'll get a single, rotating the strike, as we said.
By the end of the 11th over, 60 run for 1.
नहीं कंपैरेटिवली भी ये बाउंड्री तो मैंने उधर से ही पता चलता है कि वो वाली बाउंड्री छोटी है, ये लंबी है, ये तो भी और भी बढ़ा सकते हैं अगर ये डग आउट वगैरह पीछे की साइड कर दे ना, ये तो यहाँ तक बढ़ जाएगी जहाँ हम बैठे हैं। बढ़ाने की तो कितनी बढ़ा लो पर कम करनी पड़ती है। The third man is being asked to go a bit deeper in the 30-yard circle and a bit wider, and we have a slip in place.
And we have a bowling change as well.
Uvaragala Jatungi Asanka has stepped in, the left arm spinner, to bowl the 12th over of the game.
Off the mark on the very first ball.
India's innings has suddenly, slowed down a bit. Maybe because Umar Ashraf, the new batsman, has got more of the strike and he's a bit more patient compared to Santosh, who was just going attack from the start.
Maybe because power play has ended and the field is now open. That's why you'll see more of singles and less of boundaries.
Yes, they need to just find the right gaps if they're looking for the boundaries. But in such a tight field and a comparatively smaller ground, finding the gaps is tough, and misfields like that help you get those singles and doubles.
ये पहली बार नहीं है जो हमने इस मैच में मिसफील्ड होते हुए देखी है. इससे पहले भी हमने शॉर्ट कवर्स पे मिसफील्ड होते हुए देखा है, और ये इसीलिए फील्ड चेंज कर दी गई है, प्लेयर की पोजीशन को शिफ्ट किया गया ताकि जो रन कवर से लीक हो रहे थे वो अब ना हो, और स्लिप भी हट गई है. नहीं, सॉरी, स्लिप है. Allowed appeal.
The umpire signaled that there was a hint of an edge or some kind of bat was involved before the ball hit the pad. Says not out. Sri Lanka want a wicket now. They would not want this partnership to grow any more further because they've just got another single and another run to the Indian total.
But it's quite fascinating to see a slip in the 12th over of the match when the ball is nearly 66 ball old, and that too when India has 63 runs on the board.
And both the batsmen are settled, still having a slip. Seems like an error of judgment of the Sri Lankan captain.
By the end of the 12th over, 63 for 1. Good ball from Captain Malcolm, inviting the batter to drive the ball. Umpire signals wide, down the leg.
Malcolm has been very economic compared to the other spinners. He'd like to keep it that way, won't he? He'd like to also chip in with some wickets. The batting all-rounder and the captain of Sri Lanka. He'd like to keep it that way. The weather being too harsh on everyone. The sun, no sign of wind. This windy hot afternoon, and that's played through the gap. They'll come back. No, they'll only get one run. Poor running between the wickets. And a hint of miscommunication between the players. Otherwise, they could have got 2 runs.
Another single of the over.
Punch towards long on. Malcolm being consistent with his length, bowling the ball not too full, not too short, just in the good part of the pitch.
And with this single, Santosh moves to his 40s.
They would like to exploit the gap between the long on and the deep mid-wicket region. That deep mid-wicket is like a deep square leg nearly, like they have done on this ball to get a quick single. Would they be able to get the double? Yes, they are going for it. Good running between the wickets. Rotating the strike, getting some odd singles or doubles in every other delivery is important, and they are doing that. They are doing exactly the same thing.
By the end of the 13th over, 69 for 1. And little drinks break. The weather is too harsh on the players as well as on the people present on the field.
The sunlight mounting on everyone's eyes. They need a cap and a sunglasses for sure. And some drinks too. The weather is turning out to be really harsh. It would be piling on the players present in the field. Those fielding, those batting, and everyone. Still a slip in place. Flicked away, and they'll get a quick single. That was close. A bit of a slip up. I hope he hasn't injured himself there. Seems to be in a bit of pain. I think they need a physio. He's been asked to get up.
Not an ideal
Very
way to
correct.
dive.
Seems to be in a bit of pain. The physio is out there to help him, support him. He slipped in the end. He wasn't exactly diving. He was just trying to drag his bat into the crease to avoid the risk of getting out. In the process, his shoe slipped and he's fallen in a very uneven manner. In a manner not good for the... Hopefully he hasn't injured himself.
But I'm still a bit of confused was what Jatungi Asanka wants to do with that slip.
Yes, it is very unclear. And we'll also have a fielding substitution here. One player coming in for another as a fielder at long off. The bowling also has been not exactly to the fielding changes they have placed. A good fielding effort at third man. Another dot ball.
Umar Ashraf has faced 25 balls. A boundary might help to boost his confidence. As Santosh has shown easy signs of rotating the strike, but somewhere Umar Ashraf, more of a fuller delivery, swept it over.
with some 5 or 6 run odd over, they'll be able to reach the target in well enough time. What they can do is, get some odd boundary in an over, then just strike it around for a single or a double. That's what they need. Like this, flicked it away, they'll get a single. Good rotation of the strike.
And a new bowler, Lanka. A change in spell has been made, as Sri Lankans would definitely want a wicket, or else these batters are taking the game away from the Sri Lanka with every run they are scoring.
Lead on the back foot towards the gap between extra cover and deep long off. Still manage a single. Rotation of strike, as we said. That's what happening. The Indian batters rotating the strike pretty much well in the middle overs.
Seems like both the batters are now comfortable and well settled on the crease. Now it's getting a bit of easier for both of them to rotate the strike as compared.
That could have been a run, but they're discussing. The non-striker referring to how it would have been more in the gap, then it would have been possible. Whereas the striker saying it could have been easily possible. This time again, similar outcome. A dot delivery, the ball played on the back foot towards the offside.
But there is no need to take some risky runs, as the scoreboard looks quite good for Team India.
That was close. A clear miss. Went for a big heave towards the leg side there, Umar. But he missed it completely.
And by the end of the 15th over, India is 76 runs for 1.
Still continuing with spin. I think spin might not be the best idea, but in these conditions with the sun on the top and the pitch loosening, maybe some cracks open up if that has to happen. Maybe if they open up, well, then that could be good for the bowling team. That's a good shot. The ball is racing towards the boundary with brilliant fielding. They'll come back for the second run.
An easy flick down the leg just for single. Santosh Kumar seems to be more comfortable as he's playing since the very first ball of the match and is now rolling in his 40s.
The left arm off spinners are filled in both the 11s, and that will go over point.
Top edge. Over the backward point.
They'll come back for a double. Batters need to run very strategically, need to conserve their energy as the weather has deteriorated a lot. Even though it will get better in the later parts of the day, but they still need to save their energy for the next hour. And even the fielders, they also need to rotate their fielding positions in a way for the best of themselves. Goes for the big sweep, misses it. Umpire signaling it was going down the leg side.
Cross won't be the one of the best ideas to play against spin. It's better to play more of her with a straight bat.
As the deep mid wicket has now been in place and the deep cover has become short cover, It seems like the plan is to bowl much on the legs. That has been played over cover, opening the face of the bat. They'll come back for a second. That's a risky run and they'll do it. That's brilliant running between the wickets. Making those ones into twos, twos into threes, hitting a odd boundary. This is what you need if you want to be successful in your chase. And they're doing exactly the same thing.
Another single for Team India. And with this single, end of the 16th over, 84 for 1 India.
We're having drinks between a short duration of overs. That shows how tired the players are and how tiring the weather can prove to be to everyone. Some drinks for the third umpire too there. Number 25, and that will be flicked away. They're running fast. They want a double. Umar wanted. But Santosh slow with his first run. Anyways, I think even if they were fast on the first run, they wouldn't have been able to make up the second run. But well, that's a what if again. And you cannot live on what ifs in your life.
Hard punch down the ground, just for single. Umar Ashraf also moves to his 30s. And the partnership between these two have moved to 59 in just 60, 70 deliveries.
This has been a very slow wicket. The ball has not come into the best manner onto the bat, even though it's got better over time. And the batters are not able to time the ball well. That's been hitting straight down the wicket. They'll manage another single.
Sri Lankan spinners need to find that right spot to ball on.
Yes, as the surface is also not showing great amounts of spin or swing. It was showing some swing and some movement in the morning. Now it's just
A dropped opportunity. That was a full toss directly into the hands of the bowler. A chance of cotton bowled, but totally missed this opportunity.
full toss to the batsman. He could have even hit the shot towards deep in wicket where we are sitting.
Flick the ball into the fine legs for a single. Chatungia Sangha back on bowling. Stroke straight down the ground for the single. Umpire signals wide. Sri Lankan spinners have not shown any consistency in the line and the length of the deliveries. When Indian spinners were bowling, they were more consistent on the bounce of the ball, the areas they were bowling in. But when we compare it to the Sri Lankan bowlers, they are bowling more upwards, more fuller deliveries, just like this. And what a great save by the boundary rider. Saved 2 runs for the team. A single for Santosh. Moves to 49. Shot, sweep, slogged it over deep mid wicket for a 4. Great shot by Umar Ashraf. Third boundary for Umar. And by the end of the 18th over, India moves to 98 for just 1 wicket. Santosh on strike, just 1 run away from his half century. Full toss, drived to long off, a single and a half century for Santosh as well. What a brilliant knock.
His innings has been pivotal to India's runs in this chase. Umar Ashraf running back to congratulate him. The dugout clapping for him.
The ideal start that India wanted, Santosh has given it to Indian cricket team.
Another good individual performance.
And India is also just 1 run behind 100 runs.
Well, that is the team's 100.
Slogged it over, extra covers for the single, and 100 comes up for Team India.
The usage of left arm spinners has been a high. And they'll just play it out towards long off for another single.
An Indian batter seems to be very comfortable against the spin. They haven't faced any discomfort. An easy strike rotation for them.
Open the face of the bat, the ball turning a bit after falling on the ground. They'll get a single off the misfield. Sri Lanka need a breakthrough now. This partnership is growing way out of the reach. They wouldn't want that, would they?
The partnership has reached to 75 runs of just 83 deliveries. Done for the over. 19 overs down. India 102 for 1.
The Indian batters seem to have settled themselves in the ground. They need to, just continue in whatever they are doing. Try not to lose any wickets. And we have this interesting match ahead of us. Seems to have quite settled a bit. India in the front seat, only 1 wicket they have lost on 102 runs. Sri Lanka have a very unorthodox field set. A long off and 3 fielders down the leg side. And they'll easily get a single once again. Umar Ashraf and Santosh building a brilliant stand for the Indian team. The first wicket stand. Tried his best. That ball is racing towards the boundary. And that will be a 4. Good shot. Hit hard. And that will be a boundary for Umar Ashraf. Boundary for India. Another crucial boundary and crucial 4 runs that India have added to their overall total. Punches it towards long on. Another single they'll have. Rotating the strike was crucial. They're doing exactly the same thing.
Umar Ashraf also moves to his 40s. Opened the face of the bat. Directed it towards between the gully and the third man. "20 overs down, India is 108 for 1. Sumudhu Lanka is back for his 4th over.
The left arm spinners, they're not able to extract anything of the pitch, but they're still being used and used and used. Either there's a lack of bowling options, that they do not have so much pace, or this is just a bad decision. The pitch is not showing any great signs of turning or any other signs that the ball is sticking onto the pitch and not coming to the bat nicely. Now it is.
Sri Lanka needs to start looking out for the new bowling options, as these bowling changes aren't effective anymore.
We are in for the last two deliveries before the drinks break at the 21st over. That is a wide, bowled way outside the off stump. And it did not even turn that it could go inside towards the batsman. They cannot give extras at this point, because giving extras is like giving free runs to the opposition. And when someone is chasing, you wouldn't want that. And India take a single.
And the field is completely open to singles.
Yes, Sri Lanka has went very defensive with their fielding positions. There are 4 fielders on the offside. I think they can bring one towards the leg side. See if you're the bowler. That will be the 21st over. And that will be the drinks break.
By the end of the 21st over, India 110 for 1.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. Moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. Moving on, moving on, moving on.
Enough refreshments for the players, I think, in this weather. Some hydration is extremely important. We have got that at the halfway mark.
और आधे मैच की समाप्ति के बाद इंडिया को अब चाहिए सिर्फ 109 रन 126 गेंदों पे
We
और
have reached
रिक्वायर्ड
the
रन रेट भी 5.19 का है, जहां पे भारत 5.24 के रन रेट से रन बना रही है.
halfway mark in terms of number of overs as well as near approximately in terms of number of runs. And after the drinks break, we saw the Sri Lankans getting, their innings got rejuvenated. India's innings was already going very well. Would we see a slump in India's innings, or will they go ahead in the way they are? Or will the Sri Lankans slide their way back into the match with some quick victories?
उमर और संतोष की पार्टनरशिप भी 84 रनों की हो चुकी है और इसी वाइड पे एक और सिंगल मिलता हुआ. अच्छी रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट.
An exciting match awaits. An exciting second half of the Indian batting inning awaits us here. Through the gap, that's racing towards boundary, and that will be a boundary for Umar Ashraf.
और इसी चौके के साथ उमर अशरफ भी 45 रनों पे पहुंचते हुए अपने अर्धशतक के और नजदीक जाते हुए.
Now we have a deep cover in place. Flicked away, they'll get a quick single. This is what Sri Lanka wasn't doing before their own drinks break. They weren't rotating the strike well of spinners like Kuldeep Singh. They weren't doing that. India is doing that over the different left arm spinners and one right arm offie that Sri Lanka have.
आउटसाइड एज बट सीधा थर्ड मैन के हाथों में, शॉर्ट थर्ड मैन के हाथों में. इट्स हाई टाइम कि श्रीलंकन टीम को एक विकेट की दरकार है और वो विकेट के लिए बहुत देर से प्रयास भी कर रहे हैं, पर कहीं से भी विकेट आता नजर नहीं आ रहा है क्योंकि दोनों ही बैटर स्पिनर्स पे बहुत ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल हो गए हैं. एक और आउटसाइड एज और बॉल बीट कर गया विकेट कीपर को. बाउंड्री की ओर भागता हुआ थर्ड मैन चेस करते हुए रोक जरूर लेंगे लेकिन तीसरे रन के लिए वापस. बाईस ओवर की समाप्ति पे 122 रन, एक विकेट के नुकसान पे.
Now, after 22 overs, the Indian team has been resilient. Their batting order has done pretty much good. Their opener, their third batsman in the lineup, as a right-arm spinner returns, and that's a slog sweep, and that will be a boundary. One bounce.
एक बाउंस और 4 रन बाउंड्री के बाहर. बढ़िया शॉट उमर अशरफ का. माफ कीजिएगा, बढ़िया शॉट संतोष का.
I think Santosh has a good chance in, getting a century. We won't curse him, of course.
और इसी के साथ उमर और संतोष की पार्टनरशिप 99 रनों पे पहुंचती हुई.
Flicked away. Fine towards fine leg, and will it go for a 4? No, it won't. They'll come back for 2 runs. Brilliant fielding effort by the man at fine leg. He made every single step of his towards the ball count. Saves 2 runs for his team. The umpires have signaled it as a boundary that crossed the line.
इसी 2 रन के साथ उमर और संतोष की पार्टनरशिप पहुंचती है सीधा 101 रनों पे.
Another single punch towards long on. Rotating the strike, getting some runs at every single ball is what their aim was. And, they're nearly doing that. And when you do what you have to do towards your aim, you always achieve your targets. Umar Ashraf very fast with the first run. Santosh not interested. And there won't be a second. I think Santosh wants some more of his batting time,
It seems like bowler of Sri Lanka have left the hope to take the wicket, and they're just depending on the Indian batters to give their wicket on their own.
Yes, they do not have a game plan to get a wicket. They're just hoping that on not their best of deliveries, the Sri Lankan batsman just makes some odd mistake. The Indian batsman, makes some odd mistake, and the Sri Lankans can live on that mistake.
After the end of the 23 overs, India 130 for 1. Now India need just 89 runs of 114 deliveries with a required run rate of 4.68. Where Santosh Kumar is batting on 65 not out of 75 deliveries and Umar Ashraf is batting on 47 of 51 deliveries.
I think the Sri Lankans need to revive themselves. I know this weather is so hot, it's tiring for all of us, but they need to, just work a bit more harder, because otherwise they won't be able to compete anymore. The Indians are going to take this game away from them now.
Sri Lankans have used 6 bowlers and only 1 bowler is able to break through the Indian batters. Alan Rose. Now Sri Lanka would definitely want to bring some changes to their bowling side and bring a fast bowler from one end.
Yes, they need a pacer. Otherwise India are going to take the game away from them. They're already doing it. They've only lost 1 wicket. They have a strong partnership going on. Both the batsmen are settled. They aren't showing any sign of making mistakes. They're running well as they do on this delivery. They run back 2 quick runs.
Chipped it over long off and a poor throw as well. India are just 86 runs behind the victory in this very first match of India vs Sri Lanka ODI series at Roshanara Club.
Santosh at 67 runs and Umar at 48. Both would be looking for some personal milestones, like Umar would be looking for his half century and Santosh would be aiming for a match-winning 100. He plays that right onto the ground.
And by the end of the 24th over, India 133 for 1.
Too much of spin. Spin from both the ends for the past 15 20 overs. Plays it back down the ground and will rotate the strike. Just needs to walk to reach the other end of the wicket there, Santosh.
Umar is on the strike. Just 1 run short of his half century. What a brilliant partnership it has been for the third wicket for India between Umar and Santosh.
And after so many overs, the ball has gone soft. Not good for the bowlers. And not the worst for the batters, you know. When the soft ball is there, you just have to time your shots well and have some power to guide them on. With the hard ball, just timing and power are enough to lead them towards the boundary by finding gaps.
Flicked it, use of wrist, easy single for Umar, and a half century comes up. The bat goes up, shines. The bat and the batter both shines for India.
Half century for Umar Ashraf, the Indian wicket-keeping batsman. Guesses the ground and looks up in the sky in gratitude, proud of what he has done here. A half century, a hug from his teammate Santosh. A brilliant innings in this weather and in their chase of 219 runs in 42 overs.
Both the batters have completely devastated the plans of Sri Lankan bowlers.
Flicked away, they'll get a single. They're running fast. The first run is fast. Umar wanted a second, but have not been possible there.
It could have been a second run.
But Santosh just didn't want it, wasn't ready for it.
Stepped out of the crease, flicked it using the wrist towards the mid wicket and comebacks for second.
In this case, the fielder seemed like he did not, he did not show aggression for the throw. He was like, I'll get the ball, let them complete the second run, and I'll just get the ball and throw it towards the bowler's end. The aggression is missing, the energy is missing. Well, that can be understood. The weather, of course, the point is. But the fielder we are currently talking about, he had to bat a lot in the middle. I think, yes, it's Sampath who had to bat. He scored a brilliant half century in Sri Lanka's innings. Stayed on for a very long time.
Seems like Sri Lankan side is quite hopeless now. They're just waiting for the wicket to fall. By Indian batters, the way they are batting, taking easy singles, clicking the scoreboard with every ball passing by, they're quite comfortable on the crease.
Completely dominating the Sri Lankan side is what the Indian side is doing. Well, they need to do that in the remaining matches as well, and they'll get a single. The ball was just short of the deep mid-wicket fielder. What Sri Lanka need in these middle overs is some quick wickets. Otherwise, the match is really India's. Well, that is a single stolen.
An
That will be an
overthrow.
overthrow. And they'll get another run. The throw wasn't necessary, I think.
Throw wasn't at all necessary. They didn't even have a backup for it.
And India get an extra run. They got it from wides as extras and overthrows before this delivery. Well, that's just poor from the Sri Lankan fielders.
The fielding of Indian side would have been much better. They could have restricted Sri Lanka to below 200, I guess. But nonetheless, India is dominating in the second half of the game and have completely outshined the Sri Lankan bowling side.
Well, that breeze past the outside edge of Santosh, and that will be the end to another over by spin. After so many overs of spin bowling, we finally came to what all of us wanted. For the better of Sri Lanka's bowling lineup, of course, the pacer, Alan Rose, returns into the attack for Sri Lanka. They needed a pacer. They had been bowling for like 20 overs with their spinners, and some pace was needed. Even though in these tiring conditions, the bright sun on our faces, it's important to bring paces. And he heads up for the first ball of the over, and that's just played back to the bowler. Steps out, that's in the air. The deep square leg fielder running towards it, saves it with his footwork. And that will be 2 runs, save 2 runs for the team. For the third ball of the over. Again stepping forward, and that will appeal for LBW, and they'll come back.
Alan Rose is back on attack for his second spell and bowled. What a delivery. Completely missed it. Umar Ashraf goes Now need just 68 runs of 90 deliveries with a required run rate of 4.53. Captain Virendra Singh on strike.
Spin back into the attack and well defended straight on. The captain Malcolm back into the attack.
A quick single. Great call, great running between the wickets. A thumbs up from the caller. Santosh appreciating the captain for running this single, quick single. The skipper seems to be too comfortable as the youngsters have given the start, the ideal start the Indian team wanted, and completely outshined the Sri Lankan team in the first ODI between India versus Sri Lanka. Chipped it towards long on for a single. The strike rotation is the key the Indian team has followed, and they are near to the success of winning this match. Just 66 runs behind. A half-hearted appeal, but umpire was not at all interested in it. Declines the shout. Front foot defense.
Well, a missed ball that, and I think that's an injured or a stretched hamstring that he has got there.
Santosh is a key player for India.
Hopefully, it's not an ACL injury that's been very common in the world of sports recently. Do not want that.
Might be due to dehydration as the sun is too harsh today. Good sign for Team India as Santosh is back on his feet. Seems like cramp.
Virendra Singh, the Indian captain on strike. I think batting this high up in the order at number 4, being a batting all-rounder, and then still giving yourself so many overs, that shows, how much maybe it's like you're too good in both these things. That seems to be the case with Virendra. A nice bowler and a nice batsman too. Cannot make the most of the full toss.
Alan Rose is the bowler, which Indian players would like to play him a little more cautiously, as he's the only bowler who have taken 2 wickets, and the line he's hitting is also a hard length to play. We have seen in the first inning as well that fast bowlers have created some discomfort for the batters, and we have seen this in the second innings as well. But somewhere Sri Lanka missed this tactic and brought spinners too soon in this game, which eventually helped India to build a partnership for more than 100 runs, which brought India to the driving seat.
That's flicked away towards deep square leg for another single. I feel spinners, shouldn't have been used as much they were, and pacers should have been brought into the playing 11 much, much more. And spinners were brought in a little too earlier, I think. They were brought in the 4th over itself. That wasn't a good move by the Sri Lankans. I think they have failed themselves by their own in this case. Shot. That's towards mid-wicket. That's a 4. Santosh is inching towards his personal milestone of 100 by every delivery that's being bowled. The sun shining, the batsman also shining under the sun.
This was the 10th boundary for Santosh in this match.
Down the ground for a single. Rotating the strike. Rotating the strike once more as they have done all over throughout the innings.
After the end of the 29 overs, 159 for 2 India.
In 13 overs, then that means they only need 60 runs. 60 runs in 13 overs is like 4.8 runs per over. That's like if you score 5 runs an over, you'll have an easy win at this ground. Again, another over of spin. Missed it completely. That was an attempt for a big heave down the leg side. That's a white ball signaled by the umpire.
The one clear difference between the Sri Lankan bowling and the Indian bowling was that Indian captain kept Indian pacers for long spells. Just like this shot
That went
was
high.
quite high, but it didn't get the distance as Santosh was looking for. A big shot.
Santosh, he needs to control his innings the way he wants it to be. And seems the way is to attack.
That is even the longer side of the boundary.
Santosh now in his 80s would be looking for a century here.
Goes for the big shot. That's got high up in the air, hit the outside part of the bat. And that's been taken. A brilliant innings nonetheless from Santosh. 81 runs he has scored. And a brilliant running catch from the bowler. Caught and bowled. The Sri Lankan players congratulating him for his innings.
Sri Lankan captain gets a breakthrough, gets the man, the set man of Indian team. Santosh goes out for 81, facing 98 deliveries with 10 fours. What a knock from this young chap.
Take another one.
Dugout appreciates the quality of knock this guy has played. All the appreciation to this young lad. New player comes in. Abhishek Singh will build a new partnership with Captain Virendra Singh. 29.4 overs down, India 162 for 3. Require 57 runs in 74 balls. Off the mark on the very first delivery. Fuller length delivery, pushed it towards deep extra cover for just a single. Captain on strike, captain on bowling.
Well, when we had this face-off, when Malcolm was on batting instead of bowling, he hit 2 boundaries of Virendra Singh. Let's see if Virendra will get his revenge from him. Or will the sweeter revenge be the victory that India may get? In the way they are playing, that seems very definite at this point. But till the last very moment, till the last very ball, the match is always alive.
After the end of the 30th over, 163 for 3.
The pacer, Alan Rose, in the attack. You know, the pacer is doing the best, and the pacer needs to make most of whatever opportunity he gets. Well, that's played behind, and they'll get a single.
It seems like the fall of wicket of Santosh Kumar will definitely bring the run rate a little low and will make the game a slight slower.
Yes, because now there are 2 new batsmen into the crease. Yes, Virendra has a bit of time on the pitch already.
But still, it's a new partnership that will begin now for the better, hopefully. The Indian Deaf team would want that these players on the pitch, they see out the match, they bring the first match of the series to India's favor. Oh, that's a brilliant throw. Has the wicket of Umar opened the floodgates for India? They were looking for a quick run, but that has been the throw shattered into the wickets. The wickets got.
Seems like Sri Lanka have finally found their rhythm. But don't you think is it too late for them to find this kind of rhythm?
I think it is a bit too late, but still there's a way they can crawl their way back into this match. You know, 1 or 2 more wickets in the next 2-3 overs without conceding many runs. That is just what Sri Lanka would be wanting right now.
Exactly, that will bring India to its lower middle order. In last 5 overs, India have scored 21 runs, losing 3 crucial wickets of said batter Umar, Santosh and Abhishek.
Two left-handed batsmen on the crease. That might act as an advantage for the Sri Lankans because they know there are one set of characteristics that they have to bowl to. And in a particular manner, of course. End of the over.
India requires 54 runs in 66 balls.
In the last 4 overs, only 6 runs have been given away by the Sri Lankan bowlers. That's commendable.
That's the comeback Sri Lanka was looking for. And the fall of 1 or 2 wickets will definitely bring India to the back foot. After dominating the maximum part of the game, they won't ever want to get back and face a setback in this match.
There's no one at long gone. No one at mid-on too. But now they are shifting the field. Yes, that's the fielding change. That's the fielding change that was required in this situation. They have done that well. Virender Singh on strike against
And a new bowler, Uday Lakmal.
the opener of Sri Lanka, right arm bowler. That's played hard towards deep cover through the gap. That will be a boundary. India exactly needed this after the drought of runs they had in the past few overs.
That was the connection captain was looking for. Finally he scores a boundary. And this will definitely give him some more confidence. A new change for Sri Lanka at this crucial moment. Do you think, was it the right move?
Well, I think a deep square leg wasn't required when most of the runs are coming through the offside. That goes through the gap between third man and backward point, and that will be another boundary. 2 boundaries in 2 balls. Uday Lakmal with one of the worst starts he could have imagined to his over.
Watch the field, pierce the field, and then ball pierced towards the boundary.
And again, these 2 boundaries have brought India back to the front foot. You know, when so less overs are remaining and so less amount of runs are required, 1 or 2 overs can shift the whole momentum of the match. 1 or 2 deliveries can change the whole match. That's what those 2 deliveries did. Those 2 boundaries put the pressure back on Sri Lanka.
It took so much time for Sri Lankan spinners to find their actual perfect lane to bowl on. And at this crucial stage, bringing a new bowler to bowl is a mystery. And if this game didn't turn well for Sri Lanka, this will definitely remain a mystery. Found a gap, drives it towards the extra covers and gets a boundary. 3rd boundary in this over. And this time it's Sanju Sharma. Pardon, it was a double.
And a wide signal now. Down the leg side that wide went.
That brings 3.
That's the late cut. That's through third man. The ball races away to the boundary. The 3rd boundary of the over. Already 15 runs of the 5 balls in this over. Uday Lakmal, the Sri Lankan opener, has had a bad start. Not the over he was expecting.
This time it's definitely the boundary. The 3rd boundary of this over. Quite expensive over. This was the over Indian team was looking for, and this was the over Sri Lankan team was never even dreaming about.
39 runs now needed of 61 deliveries.
Another wide length ball. Sliced it towards point just for single. And with this single, this over will come to an end, leading India to 182 runs for 4 after the end of 32 overs. Now India requires just 37 runs of 60 deliveries. Making this over the most expensive over of this match, conceding 17 runs in this over. A complete momentum shift for India in this over. Few overs back, it looked like Sri Lanka was making a comeback, a strong comeback in this game. But handing over the over to Uday Lakmal, they completely lost the momentum, and now India is on top of its momentum. Umpire signals wide, a misfield from the wicket keeper, and a single.
A good shot towards point and a good stop by the fielder as well. Important runs they are saving. Well, they need to save some runs at least now, which they didn't in the start. The pace is steaming in from round the wicket. That's a good shot and a good stop. Another single they are getting.
Now India is back on its traditional plan of rotating the strike on every ball. More of a fuller delivery. Pierced it. At 26 runs in just 56 balls.
Well, like 3 runs or an over would be enough for them to win this game. They'd like to finish the match as soon as possible in the next 2-3 overs maybe. From the outer part of the bat, that full toss, he would think he had missed out on that one.
A good length delivery, cramping the batter, leaving no space for him to play any shot. And with this delivery, it's the end of the over. 33 overs down, India 193 for 4.
24 चाहिए ना
26.
एक तो मेरे में वापस बन India requiring 26 runs in 9 overs. I feel they would like to finish the game very soon.
Alan Rose did take 2 wickets, but he conceded 45 runs in 8 overs.
And he only has one more over remaining in his spell.
Lanka is back on attack. From the end, where Uday Lakmal was brought.
You know, Sri Lankans, I'm sure they would not have much hope of winning from here. But they just need to stay together till the end of the match. And yes, focus on coming back in the next one. That has been cut towards point through the gap. That is another boundary for Virender Singh.
6th boundary in the last 3 overs for India. Runs are now flowing like the dam is being broken. And the runs are flooded all over the ground.
Well, as you say, runs are like ketchup. Once you bring them out, they'll not stop coming. In the start, it's tough, but as you settle, and once they come out, they just happen to come in your way. A dot ball by Lanka. Virender Singh would like to give a finishing touch as the Indian captain. Shot that's been hit hard straight down the ground. Well, that ball had some movement of the bounce of the ground. Only a single.
थोड़ा होल्ड करियो ठीक है कैमरा वीडियो बनाओ नहीं नहीं फोटो करके थोड़ा सा वेट करियो कि वो शेक हो जाती नहीं पीछे से लो कैसे ले ले खड़े होकर आगे से ले ले क्या सेव एंड फिनिश दिखा रहा था यहाँ पे नहीं नहीं कुछ नहीं खाली क्लिक तू किस स्कैन खींच रहा है यार तू नॉर्मल फोटो
Good running and quick running between the wickets by both the Indian batsmen. That shows how strong their communication is.
With every run, India is getting closer to their target and the victory in this very first match of the India vs Sri Lanka ODI series. Flicked it to long on, an easy single.
Now India is not far away from victory. The celebrations by the Indian camp will begin soon as we approach the near end of this intriguing contest between the Indian Deaf team and the Sri Lankan Deaf team here at the Roshanara Stadium in New Delhi.
ले ली ना काफी सारी हाँ बस
The Indians closer to victory as we see some bowling changes and a new bowler has been brought into the attack. Medium pacer, not a typical fast bowler. Punches it off the back foot towards the gap. They'll get a single. They're coming back for the second. I think the fielder would regret not giving the throw directly to the keeper, but instead using his backward point teammate.
It was a lousy presence of mind. But this happens when you mentally feel the defeat.
What the Indians need right now is just, to be calm, composed, do not get overconfident about themselves that they will be able to finish off this match right now.
एक मिनट भैया
मैन ऑफ द मैच तो ये देंगे सुमित जैन प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडियन डेफ क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन
मतलब बताएंगे वही ना मेरे को
आपको नाम बता दिया आपके पास स्कोर
उसी पे आ जाएगा बेस्ट बॉलर
इस पे आ जाएगा लेकिन
क्या क्या निकाल सकते अच्छा ठीक है बोल लेंगे मैन ऑफ द मैच बेस्ट बॉलर
बस मैन ऑफ द मैच उसमें देख लेना कि मतलब कौन अच्छे कितने बैटिंग की ऐसी बोल देना बट अवार्ड के साथ
A huge appeal and the finger goes up. Sanju Sharma, that's an end to his innings. A wicket, Sri Lanka. Well, they'll be happy. That might act as a consolation for them.
subtracted from the total. Now India need 13 runs in 42 deliveries. After the end of 35th over, 206 for 5. Skipper on strike. Another bowling change. Sachit Makaranda comes. Another single, a quick single from Indranil. Sri Lanka did have good all bowling options, but it seems like they didn't use their paces well and relied too much on their spinners. A fuller end delivery, drive over the extra cover and gets a boundary over there. Captain, skipper scoring. With this boundary, the run chase had come down to just 8 runs required to win the first ODI match. A late cut has been played into the gap. A little mix up between the two, but Virendra did wanted a second run and will get one. Big shot off the middle of the bat, straight towards the front screen, and another boundary for skipper. What a brilliant knock from the captain. And a misfield. Skipper would like to come back for 2. And that's it. That's the game, set and match. What a match-winning knock from the captain. A brilliant innings by Santosh. And what a magnificent knock from Omar. A complete team effort. A complete team victory. With this match, with this run, India takes the lead in this series. And India is leading with 1-0.
Good evening, everyone, as we go through from the first match of the bilateral ODI series between India and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka touring the Indian nation here in 2024. We had our first match in the Roshanara Stadium at New Delhi. In the morning, we had the toss, where India won the toss and chose to bowl first. Sri Lanka, batting in the first innings, were bowled out for 218 runs after 41.4 overs. Their top scorer was Thanake Sampath, who scored 63 runs in the middle order and built a valuable partnership of 72 runs with Goyam Shanaka in the middle overs. The captain, Gimandu El Malcolm, contributed with 51 runs and attacking knock in the middle overs to stabilize the Sri Lankan batting and give an impetus to the Sri Lankan order. Vivek Kumar, the Indian bowlers, took 3 wickets for India, while Yashwant Naidu, Virender Singh, the team captain, and Akash Singh chipped in with crucial wickets. Now India came to bat in the second innings. They had to chase down the target of 219 runs within 42 overs. But they chased it down in 36 overs and also had 5 wickets to spare. Santosh Mahapatra was the top scorer, the opener, with a knock of 81 runs of 91 balls, and Umar Ashraf, the batsman at number 3, scored a knock of 56. They built a valuable partnership in the start and through the middle overs of 122 runs. Virender Singh, the team captain, hit the winning runs and was unbeaten at 36. I welcome Mr. Sumit Jain, President of Indian Deaf Cricket Association, and Mrs. Jyoti Jain, leader of National Indian Women Deaf Cricket Team, to present the Man of the Match award. The man of the match of today's match was Mr. Virender Singh, who scored a brilliant knock of 36 runs in just 26 deliveries and chipped in with a crucial wicket. He was also brilliant in the field. He got 2 run-outs and also picked up 2 brilliant catches in the field. Thank you for staying with us about representation of the first match of the ODI bilateral series between India and Sri Lanka.